Good morning. Welcome to the Thursday Talks series on socio-political and economic perspective. From the Capability Building on Innovative Leadership for Legislative Staff program. I am Nina Raffer from the Development Academy of the Philippines Center for Governance, and I will be your host for the third and final lecture of the Thursday Talks series. Before we begin the program, may we ask everyone to please stand for the singing of our national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, pelos ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiliw, sa manlulupi, di ka masisingil, sa lagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mo baha, ay nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang tinamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y nagumpay na nakikinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan magpapit magdidilig. Lupa ng araw na maraming pagsita, mayayagin sa lingkod. Aming ligaya dapat may mamagin, alamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may now take your seats. Thank you. So, allow me to recognize the presence of our distinguished panel of experts and practitioners. We have Dr. Rodora Asanza, Professor Emeritus, UP Marine Science Institute, academician and immediate past president, National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines. Hi, ma'am. Ayan. We have Ms. Ada Corina Manalo Togonon, Chief of the Fisheries Cooperation Section from the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Hello po. Ayan. We have Ms. Marita Rodriguez, Executive Director, NGO for Fisheries Reform. We also have Dr. Maria Carmen Lagman, Professor De La Salle University. Of course, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the following guests. From the Development Academy of the Philippines, we have our director, Mr. Gilbert Lumantao. CBILLS scholars from the Senate and House of Representatives who are all here with us at the Verata Hall, DAP, Pasig. From the Appropriations and Finance Group, we have our emerging leaders here. We also have the managers. And then we also have the middle managers and senior leaders track from the regular group. Lastly, to those tuning in live from the DAP Facebook and YouTube channel, good morning. It is truly remarkable that we're already here at the closing of our Thursday Talk series for this year's CBILLS program, with the overall theme, Building a Secure Nation, Institutional Resilience for an Inclusive and Sustainable Future. During our second lecture last June 26, we focused on the Philippine maritime domain, a space where geopolitics, national defense, and regional dynamics converge. We explored how the country can build credible deterrence and enhance our national defense capabilities. At the same time, we reflected on the role of domestic policies, multilateral partnerships, and interagency cooperation and coordination in protecting our maritime interests. Indeed, it is crucial to understand the strategic and security dimensions of our maritime space. But as we also have touched base on our last lecture, another layer of this issue is just as urgent. That is making sure that our waters continue to sustain us, not just now, but for future generations to come. That brings us to today's lecture, which will examine the role of the blue economy and building a food-secure Philippines. So if our last lecture asked, how do we protect our sea? Today, we ask, how do we ensure we live from our waters in ways that are sustainable, fair, and built to last? There is so much more to learn and to rethink about this topic, so let's dive in. I have the honor to introduce our today's moderator. She is a seasoned researcher and scientist with over 25 years of research experience with multidisciplinary, multi-site, and multi-country research for development initiatives, providing her expertise in population genetics and molecular ecology of marine organisms. She also established the Practical Genomics Lab, where she leads research teams that develop research protocols, products, training programs, and policy advice for issues related to marine fisheries, aquaculture, and more recently, agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Dr. Maria Carmen Lagman.
Thank you, Nina, for that generous introduction, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to this third and final installment of the talks, what we call Thursday Talks, organized by the Development Academy of the Philippines under the Capacity Building and Innovative Leadership for Legislative Staff. I'm honored to be your the moderator today, and I really think this audience is one of the very important people who can really make a change in this country. Our theme today, Sailing Ahead, Harnessing the Blue Economy for Food Security, could not be more urgent. As we face mounting pressures in our food systems, the increasing risks due to climate change, and even the widespread coastal vulnerabilities, the need to rethink how we govern our systems and invest in the marine environment is never more critical. So the conversation is not academic. It's actually very necessary. So today we gather not only to understand the state of the marine wealth, but to explore how policy can unlock its full potential, ensuring that our seas continue to nourish both our people and our economy. So to enrich our appreciation further, let's watch this video.
As part of the Coral Triangle region, the Philippines has been blessed with an abundance of marine resources and is host to sea life in many shapes, colors, and sizes. Across generations, Filipinos have come to depend on our oceans to sustain our daily lives, not only for food, but also for transportation, energy, and economic development. However, climate change and exploitation continue to strain these resources, putting our marine environment at risk. With 2030 in sight, it is imperative for policymakers to put the Philippine blue economy at the forefront in the pursuit of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, while meeting the growing needs of Filipinos to access sufficient, safe, and nutritious food. This lecture will zero in on how innovative and inclusive policies can steer the Philippines towards becoming a more sustainable and food-secure nation. Because when we safeguard our seas, we secure not only plates, but also the livelihoods and economies that depend on them, laying the foundation for a secure future for all Filipinos.
So our program today will be divided into three main segments. In the morning, we'll have two deep dives into the lectures by our practitioners and experts. And after that, in lunch, we will have a discussion as well as an open forum. So I would encourage everybody to please participate actively. To guide us through this third voyage, this third leg of our voyage, We are joined by an esteemed set of experts, starting with two lectures this morning. Their work actually have shaped the very discussions we have today. So our first session shall unpack the concept of the blue economy and why it matters for the Philippines. We'll explore how our ocean resources underpin the country's economy, food systems, and coastal livelihoods, and examine the link between sustainable marine resource management and national food security. So having said that, let's now introduce our first resource speaker to the today, a very esteemed professor of mine as well at the Marine Science Institute. Our first speaker is Professor Emeritus, academician, and immediate past president of the National Academy of Science and Technology in the Philippines. She has over 120 scientific publications in international books and journals in the biology and culture of economically important seaweed and sources of carrageenan, the biology and management of harmful algal blooms or red tide, the blue economy, marine sustainability. More recently, she has been doing studies and giving invited lectures on the development and management of the Philippine blue economy. So let's call on stage today, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Rodora V. Asansa.
Hello. I have met already in one of my lectures, maybe. Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me here again to talk on a very important topic and a favorite topic of mine very recently. Since I became president of the National Academy of Science and Technology, I have to lecture more on the blue economy. So for my title of my talk today, I used the theme, but actually I will be focusing on sustainable blue economy and food security nexus, particularly blue food security. So I will be using, time and again, from the start, the term blue food security. Okay? So meaning food security coming from our oceans. Okay. Bago yun, no? Hindi naman. Okay. So this is how we're going to discuss or talk about the blue economy and the blue food security. So I'll give a brief introduction about Philippine endowments and challenges relating to food security or blue food security. And then I'm going to consider blue economy as a development agenda, especially for the Philippines. And then a deal briefly on food security struggle, meaning especially the blue food for the billions of humanity. And then I will discuss sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. But of course, we have another expert. He or she is more of an expert, especially on sustainable fisheries. I'm more on sustainable aquaculture, especially of seaweed and even the finfish and shellfish. And then I will close my presentation by giving you the key takeaway for blue food security. I really like your title. I have been sailing, no, for many years. Lately, hindi na ako nagsisail because of my age. I have sailed the 7 seas across the ASEAN region with my ASEAN counterparts and Japanese experts. We sailed for 3 months along the ASEAN. Okay? So, ang dami kong experiences. So, when I saw sailing ahead, I was really very much stimulated. Nakakatuwa ang title nyo for the theme today, okay? So let me review. I always emphasize this, not only to my grandchildren. We are basically water, our territory. The archipelago is surrounded by water, and it's about 220 million hectares of water and about only 22 million hectares land. So, 30 million hectares land. And, of course, we have a long coastline. It's the 5th longest coastline. So, actually, dapat meron tayong food security, blue food security. If we only harness very well, no, our blue environment, because we have a long coastline, we have a vast territory of waters from the coast down to the high waters, we could be blue food secure. And of course, we are nestled in the center of marine biodiversity. Ito, we owe it not only to the Filipinos, but also to the whole of humanity to take care of what we have in this area for marine biodiversity. Okay? Kasi kung wala sila, wala, bedrock ng ng biodiversity, and so therefore reproduction and even high productivity can be realized when we take care of our marine biodiversity. Okay, so we have 7,641 islands, but only 1,000 of these islands are populated. Sa ngayon, no? So, pwedeng sa darating na panahon, marami pang mapopulate. Okay? And there are only 11 islands that make up 95% of the land mass. And dalawa doon ang malaki. And you know it's Luzon and Mindanao. But the point here is, marami tayong mga tao sa iba't ibang islands in the archipelago that need to be blue food secure and totally food secure, okay? Now, this is a view of the vast waters that we could harness for blue food security. Well, the territorial waters, it's the dark one. The meaning the archipelagic waters, the dark blue. The territorial waters, the lighter blue. And the lightest blue because of the EEZ, Exclusive Economic Zone. Okay, so now this is a diagram which I asked a colleague from BIFAR, he used to be the USEC of BIFAR, showing the relative sizes of the land that we have and the waters that we have that we can harness. So the municipal waters, the archipelagic waters, the territorial waters, and the EEZ. And of course, we can have the right to harness the high seas. UNCLOS and the United Nations are now in the process of coming up with the rules, laws on how to manage the high seas. Okay? Tayo lahat ay coastal. Almost all the Filipinos are coastal. We can consider the Filipinos as purely maritime because more than 60% of the Filipinos are living in the coastal area. And the provinces, 64 of the 70 plus provinces are coastal. And about 832 municipalities are coastal. And there are 25 coastal cities. So the blue economy which is not well harnessed in the Philippines, should really be harnessed to the fullest, but sustainably. Now, we had a publication in 2017, and with me as co-authors are marine scientists. Dr. Mendoza is the Dean of Governance of Ateneo. And of course, we had one economist with us who helped us in the translation of our estimates of what we have into the peso equivalent during that time. Okay, ang sabi nila, ang taas. Talagang mataas. Because we considered all the goods and services that our blue environment can provide. And the estimates were based on the dollar value by the growth during that time, but converted to the peso value during that period. Okay, so ano nangyari? It stimulated, the publication stimulated a lot of work and even the government. And the first Philippine Blue Economy Conference was held during the time, it was in 2019. It was an all-government conference, and I gave the keynote to introduce the blue economy. The keynote on the first day. So, how do we see the Philippines moving into the future? The challenges are old and new. Poverty alleviation is the first in our agenda, should be the first in our agenda. Climate change, of course, it would influence not only food security, but so many other factors in the country. And of course, fourth industrial revolution can help. The tools and techniques, actually we're now in the fifth industrial revolution. Innovation, science, technology, and innovation, not only in physical science, biological science, but also in social science. Data science, for example, would be able to help us in coping with this present and future challenges. So the population is increasing. We now have about 120 million. The estimate could be 144 million or more in 2050. And again, food security and safety would be a big problem. It's a complex, interrelated set of problems. And so therefore, the approach should be interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary. Not only academic, no? But you consider the different stakeholders in this planning and action actions that you need to be implementing, action plans that you need to implement. And this is what we did as the academy, providing advice to the president and the government for science, technology, and innovation. We came up with a foresight for the Philippines. And after 2 years of debating with one another and the different stakeholders, we came up with this vision. The title is Pagtanaw. What is the meaning of Pagtanaw? Looking ahead. So, we should look ahead towards attaining a prosperous archipelagic maritime nation. And I was very glad to get as president then that I and the group of other marine scientists, that we were able to convince the entire academy and the other stakeholders discussing this foresight with us, that the vision should be a prosperous and archipelagic maritime nation. Why? Because of the endowments, because of the potentials, not only of what we have, but also of the people that we have. Okay, I will not discuss this, no? I am just pointing out the 12 key operational areas in that visioning, in that planning. And blue economy is number one, the overarching key operational areas for all the others. Okay, so if you're interested to read on this, you can visit our website and read more on this, I think, 365 pages. But anyway, we were also glad that when Pagtanaw was presented to the president's panel, executive, how do you call this panel? Pagtanaw was used by NEDA and included in the PDP plan for 2023 to 2028. It has a special section citing Pagtanaw as a tool for strategic planning. Okay, let's leave the Pagtanaw and go to blue economy this time. I think you are very familiar with the concept of blue economy as a development agenda or platform. The United Nations came up with this definition. Blue economy is an economic term linked to the exploitation and conservation of the maritime. When you talk about the maritime, it is also almost synonymous to the marine environment and is sometimes used as a synonym for sustainable ocean-based economy. Okay, that was the United Nations definition. Okay, so it's a development model, it's a development agenda. Now the Asians, particularly the Southeast Asian, came up in 2012 a declaration, and this is the declaration. Blue economy is a practical, ocean-based economic model using green infrastructure and technologies, innovative financing mechanisms, and proactive institutional arrangements for meeting two twin goals of protecting our oceans and coasts. That's one pillar, protecting our oceans and coasts. And the other pillar, enhancing its potential contribution to sustainable development. So, dalawa ang pillars. For sustainable development, di ba tatlo ang pillars? For blue economy, we have two pillars. Okay. So, just to remind ourselves, to emphasize the two pillars, sustainable use of marine resources for economic growth and preserving the health of the marine ecosystems. Remember, without the marine ecosystems, we don't have a blue economy. Okay? So what do you mean by the marine ecosystems? Everything interacting, physical, chemical, biological, within the systems, providing goods and services. And there are 4 different services for food, protection, structural, and even cultural goods and services. Hindi lang para sa pagkain, pati sa cultural, structural, and protection. Okay, now, I was also very lucky to head the ASEAN Subcommittee on Marine Science and Technology. And during that time, we were able to come up with our suggestions, and they were approved for the Marine Science and Technology part of the Blue Economy Framework, the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework. I would just like to emphasize here that in the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework, everything is included, but there is a very important point. We included the fresh water. Okay? Please remember that in the ASEAN, there are many freshwater inputting their materials into the seas. So therefore, the impact is very huge. Okay? Now, also, we should be reminded that in environmental sustainability, the links to the different ecosystems are quite close. So that at the Marine Science Institute, we are advocating the so-called H2O. What is the meaning of H2O? Highlands to the oceans. Si Perry na gano'n yan nag-coin. H2O. Dr. Alino, my co-author in that Blue Economy paper, coined the word H2O. Highlands to the oceans. So whatever activity or malactivity being done in the highlands would impact the waters going downwards and eventually the coast and the ocean. Okay? So in the ASEAN Blue Economy framework, the fresh water is included. Okay? Sorry, I have to come back. Yun. Okay. In the discussions of the Blue Economy, nag-start yung mga tao, no? Hindi lang mga academics. We started with the so-called ocean economy. In the ocean economy, there is lesser focus on the coast and the other activities on the land. So, the blue economy, which we opted to use in that pagtanaw. So we opted to use the blue economy than the ocean economy. Because in the blue economy, you incorporate the preservation and conservation of your ecosystems and the caring for the social aspects, the communities, and the others, taking care and doing their share in the development of the blue economy. Now, there is now the new blue economy. Ano naman ito? We introduced this time the use of science and technology to be able to harness well that blue economy. So even AI, data, and other data science and other technologies that you can make use of to harness very well your blue economy, they are in that new concept. So we are advocates of the new blue economy, okay? The NAST and, well, almost everyone. Kasi talagang yung AI nakakatulong. Now, this is another concept that we need to remember, especially for sustainable or blue food security. The blue economy should be sustainable, and so therefore it should adopt the circular economy concept and linked even to the terrestrial economy. Kung naniniwala tayo dun sa highlands to the ocean concept, we need to consider the circular economy karugtong ang karagatan. Ano bang mangyayari doon? Ano bang maibabalik from the dagat? Anong magagamit from the dagat? And so on. So the circular economy should include the blue economy. Okay? Okay, I will not be talking on the other industries of the blue economy, but focus on the important aspect. Ito lang yung pie na ginawa namin ni Dr. Laura David when we were invited to present a paper during the Manamo event. Are you aware of the Manamo? Anyone here? Raise your hand, class. Hindi. Do you know the Manamo? In September, MANA means Maritime and Archipelagic Nation Awareness Month. And this is September, 2 months from now. Last year, I was invited by the Department of National Defense to give a talk also on the blue economy during the Manamo month. Okay? So, during Manamo month, you should be, mga bata and everyone should be aware of all these industries and our endowments that we have to take care of and harness. So, in that pie, 2019 yan, pero hindi halos nagbabago yan. I tried to look into the ocean data account of the Philippine Statistics Authority. Hindi nagbabago yan. Yung fisheries and aquaculture, laging mataas yan sa share sa blue economy. Ang sumusunod, yung blue tourism. All the others, very major. Ano ang dapat gawin? Palakihin yung pie, pagandahin yung share din ng iba. Pero lalo na yung for blue food security because of the need for food, not only from the land but also from the sea. Now, the United Nations, no, itong laging not only FAO, pati sa World Economic Forum and others, they always consider the potentials from the sea. Okay? Because we need blue food for billions of humanity. No? Food security and food safety concerns, which are actually being negatively impacted by climate change. No? Hindi lang sa Pilipinas, at lalo na sa Pilipinas. Sana hindi tayo matulad sa ibang countries like Sri Lanka or even the other countries. Baka sila maging tinatawag na climate change casualties or pa yung pumupunta sa ibang lugar, ang tawag doon. Migrants because of impacts of climate change. Now, because of the increasing need for blue food, no, smart aquaculture and smart fisheries are imperative. Hindi tayo pwedeng katulad sa lupa na umano na tayo hindi nakalabaw, di ba? Ang ginagamit. Dito sa ating karagatan, we should be involved, the government particularly, and the private sector in partnership, and together with the community, develop and implement smart aquaculture and smart fisheries, scientific fisheries. Okay? So again, science, technology, and innovation should be developed. Kaya nga yung sinasabi namin sa academy, dapat mas marami tayong manpower sa natututok sa ating karagatan. Okay? Not only fishery science schools, marine science schools, but all the other schools can develop courses, curricula that can help in the harnessing of our blue economy. Okay? So, social aspects, environmental aspects, and economic aspects of sustainability should be included in the so-called marine spatial planning. Ano ba yun? Wala tayo nun, di ba? Meron, isa pa lang. I don't know whether it's well developed, no? Marine, we have land use plan. But we don't have a framework or even a law. Sana sa blue economy law, ma-emphasize yan. No? I was one of the how do you call this? Part of the expert, kuno, expert. Nahiya ako sabihin expert. Part of the committee being invited to discuss the Blue Economy Bill. We were able to complete the Blue Economy bill at the lower house. Sa upper house, hindi pa. I hope, sabi ni Senator Lagarda, mukhang sa 20th Congress, i-refile. Okay? So be supportive of the Blue Economy bill at the upper house. So, I had some experience in marine spatial planning, not only from the Marine Science Institute, but also with the UNESCO Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission. And the unit in charge of this is in Belgium. So I was able to go to Belgium and had some lectures. I listened to some lectures. I was able to get some reference materials for marine spatial planning. Okay, Indonesia, no? Ako ay nasa ASEAN Region Committee on Marine Science and Technology. Indonesia is practicing marine spatial planning already. Of course, with the help of some experts. Now, this marine spatial planning is not a one-size-fits-all. Kasi, sinasabi ko nga, lahat ng aspects of sustainability should be considered. Hindi dahil gusto nung businessman ay, dyan sa lugar na yan, gusto ko puro tayo energy. Okay? No. Marine spatial planning should be a stakeholder's decision making for the plans. No? Doing the planning, you envision, you would like to know what you would like to do with your resources, what your next generation would benefit from your resources. Considering, of course, your neighbors, no? The other marine environment. And so therefore, this is a collective activity, a planning by the stakeholders, especially the direct stakeholders in that community. So we need guidelines, we need laws to direct, but the implementation, the actual decision-making should be done at the local government, the local community. Now, there are problems also for blue food security, just like other food security problems. Marine pollution, plastic pollution, plastic disturbances, even other physical disturbances coming from the land. No? Marami yan, okay? Well, together with national scientist Lourdes Cruz, we initiated this Future Earth Philippines, no? And we always have discussions on the future of the Philippines, especially in relation to food security. Based on what we have, the data that we have, the Philippines has exceeded its ecological and social carrying capacity. Yung ecosystems natin, especially sa land, no? Overcapacity na tayo. Masyado ng maraming tao. Okay. So itong 30 million na nag-grow into 120 million without commensurate expansion in the rights-based services, this would lead to more poverty. No? At saka yung proper management of the resources. And of course, the other rights are also affected kasi right to quality education, health systems, right to a safe environment, and of course, the emphasis on food security and malnutrition, our rights to food. So the nexus between population, the social aspects, the environment, and economics is emphasized in this particular slide. Now, let's go to sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. The Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources expert will deal more on this, but I'll go ahead with what I have. So, a common idea of a sustainable fishery is one wherein harvesting is at a rate where the fish population productivity does not decline over time. And what statistics do we have? Fishery statistics declining, okay, based on Philippine statistics. And of course, we have unregulated, illegal fishery activities, not only from the Filipinos, but also from our neighbors. Okay? But that is not my topic for today, meaning unregulated and illegal fishing being done by neighbors like Vietnamese, nahuhuli, Chinese, and so on. So the other thing here is smart aquaculture. The concept should be optimum production of crops using smart methods, including the maintenance of environmental health for sustainability and resilience. Okay, I would like to announce that even seaweed farming, I have been part of the global review of seaweed farming for sustainability and resilience. I was part of the first review, global review, maybe 5 years ago or 7 years ago. And we did it this year. The lead is from the US, and they invited people from all over the world, and I was invited for smart seaweed culture and harvest. So I also was also privy to the harvesting in other areas like Canada, Australia, and so on. So smart aquaculture and harvest should be practiced. Kasi hindi naman yan palaging nandyan. Okay, I'd like to tell you one story. The collapse of the carrageenan industry happened when Canada lost its carrageenan crop so many years ago. Buti na lang, si Dr. Doty and mga estudyante niya, kasama si Dr. Trono and Dr. Alvarez, were there doing their science, technology, and innovation for carrageenan crops. And so they developed the Eucuma and Kappa ficus as the alternative crop for the carrageenan of the world, the carrageenan source. Nag-collapse yun sa Canada. So buti na lang, ready na yung technology. So, estudyante pa lang ako noon ni Dr. Trono, dinala dito sa Pilipinas, together with the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. And that is the reason why we have to do science, technology, and innovation. Kaya nga yung rice, tuloy-tuloy yung research. Bakit ba research ng research? Kailangan. Kasi the crop does not change almost, but the environment changes. So you have to do something with your crop. Okay? So yun. And then also you have to have smart aquaculture. Itong overexploitation, hindi lang dahil sa mga Pilipino, mga commercial fishers din, no? Ang tinatawag yan ni Pauli, recruitment overfishing. Pati na yung mga bata na magre-recruit, binifish na. Result in the loss of significant potential yield. The stock structure will erode to the point where it loses diversity and resilience due to environmental fluctuation. Kasi minsan, you are already harvesting the young, you're harvesting through the food web. Okay? Ecosystems and their economic infrastructures will cycle between collapse and recovery. Yung iba nakaka-recover. With its cycle less productive than its predecessor, usually bumababa na yung yield because of over-exploitation. Changes will occur in the trophic balance, and actually, you are fishing down the food webs. Pauli was working in the Philippines for many years. Did you meet him? Okay. At tagal, with the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources and the Marine Science Institute. And I think he is one of the forerunners advocating blue economy, Dr. Pauli. Okay? Sustainability in fisheries combines disciplines, not only of the fishermen, but all the rest of the stakeholders. And population dynamics fisheries should be included. I think it's being done in fishery science, no? And also in marine science. Smart and practical fishing strategies, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources are working on this. And the other, maybe DOST, other agencies. Fishing culture quotas, I hope this is being done. Actually, minsan yung quota sa commercial fisheries baka sobra. You have to review. And so therefore, you should look also into destructive and illegal fishing practices. Sabi, nakuha na yan, namamanage na. Pero sabi ng mga bantay dagat, sometimes I meet with them, may mga nagpa-practice pa rin ng illegal fishing, okay? Destructive fishing. And so sometimes you could restore collapsed fisheries pero napaka malabo, mahirap. Genetics can help, no? Some hybridization maybe and some research can be done to katulad nung giant clam fishery at saka yung ano ba ni Annette, sea cucumber fishery because of research and development na nabuhay na sa maraming lugar. And you need to educate stakeholders and the wider public. Develop independent certification programs, no? Baka you need to review the certification programs, no? Yes. Sorry. Itong integrated coastal management, meron bill yan sa sa Senate, hindi pa tapos. Okay. This is quite important. I hope this will be considered. This can help together with marine spatial planning. Kasi makikita talaga yung how they are related to one another, the different ecosystems within the area. And then the merging of marine protected areas to the coastal management program. Kasi ang ating lang yata, marine protected areas, it's 2,100, I think, in different areas according to the late national scientist Alcala, and we need more. Let me compare again ourselves to Indonesia. Kasama sa goal ng Indonesia in their blue economy plan, projection, and vision is to develop more MPAs. Kasi ang laki ng area nila, talagang thousands of MPAs. Okay? Okay? So community participation, stakeholders participation, give them importance. And then donors, NGOs, academics, and even innovators. They should be invited. Okay? Kasi makakatulong sila. Ito pala problema nyo. Ganito, ganon. Okay? So, these are scientists, innovators. Hindi nang huhula lang yan. they are based on science. Itong aquaculture, we have the potential, but they should be placed properly. That's the reason why we should have marine spatial planning. We need physical oceanographers, biological oceanographers. We need chemical oceanographers. We need not only academics, but also sometimes, or most of the time, the local fisher folks. Alam nila yung kiliti nung dagat. No? Well, I've been to almost all the coastal and marine environments of the Philippines. 45 years ako sa marine science. No? From northern part to the southernmost part, even up to the Turtle Islands. Alam na mga tao yung how the marine environment works, and even how the different organisms would come and go and how they behave, okay? So we have the potential for smart aquaculture. We are ranked among the 10 nations with good potentials, or even now, even ranking high for global aquaculture production. So increasing smart aquaculture necessitates investment in infrastructure and training, not only for the local fishermen, but also the others who will be helping them. No? Ang daming manpower na kailangan. I hope I still have time. I think I have 2 more slides. I still have time? Okay. So sailing ahead, no? And considering the nexus between blue economy and the blue food security, I support the EAFM program of the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. But in addition to that, together with the terrestrial LGUs, you can talk to them, discuss to them the highlands to the ocean approach, especially in terms of pollution and other inputs into the ocean. Okay? And not only do we need the blue economy bill passed, we have to concentrate also on the marine spatial planning guidelines or law. Para yung land use plan natin, ma-harmonize. Sa Indonesia, they are already harmonizing the land use plan with the marine spatial planning. Okay, every year I give lectures on the blue economy for the young ASEAN diplomats, and we discuss this. Okay? And dapat bilisan natin yung ating marine spatial planning. Okay? Now, yung marine protected areas, I think I have discussed that. And I think you are aware that we are signatory to the BBNJ of UNCLOS, Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction. And at the ASEAN, again, we are pushing at the ASEAN Subcommittee on Marine Science and Technology that we develop the so-called human heritage sites as BBNJ, okay, for biodiversity conservation in the ASEAN waters. Ang kasama ko dito, malakas ang boses, Malaysia. Malaysia and of course, Indonesia. Very, very supportive. So we are in the right track in sailing ahead for the blue economy. We have developed regional and international links because the waters are linked, no? Parang hindi mo pwedeng sabihin, oy, hanggang dyan ka lang yung tubig nyo, and so on. So the seas, the maritime domains are interconnected, although we have maritime lanes. I think you were given lectures on that. And a vital component is a national blue economy framework with all the different components that we have been talking about. The ASEAN member states are in the process of implementing and developing marine science and technology cooperative projects. There are three main projects: smart aquaculture, integrated ocean monitoring, and I forgot the other one. There's a third one. Okay, so smart aquaculture, integrated ocean monitoring, and the other one, I will remember later. Okay. Collaboration with international partners in open science. We are discussing this, especially with Australia. The National Academy of Science and Technology is having these discussions with the Australian Academy of Science and Technology for close collaboration. In fact, their academy invited us to present our foresight. I gave the presentation of our foresight to the Australian Academy of Science and Technology. So we're developing ties with Australia on this. So this is the last slide, just to remember three important points in our sailing ahead with enhanced blue economy, especially for blue food security. We need to incentivize public and private sector engagements with fiscal initiatives and co-funding schemes for smart and sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. Kulang pa. Napakalaki ng dagat. Okay? Napakalaki ng ating, yung EEC natin, hindi nga natin magamit. Well, security, that's the, of the ND. Okay, streamline and create, refine, meaning improve, provision of support and evaluation metrics. Support and evaluation metrics for improved income and quality of life of the fisher folks. Kung gusto natin talaga inclusive and development, kawawa naman sila. I've seen them. Maraming hindi halos kumakain sa isang araw. They are the poorest of the poor. That's why in any national or international fora, I emphasize that. They should benefit from what we have. Yung pagkain nga lang, dapat meron sila. Okay? So, hindi lang siguro coming from the sea. No? Kung walang makuha galing sa dagat, they should be supported. Streamline and create clear and supportive regulatory frameworks and action plans to address local hazards and risks in coastal and marine environment. So mga hazards and risks natin, centered na naman sa terrestrial environment. Let us look into the coast and the marine environment. Hindi lang yung tsunami ang hazard kasi minsan kung ilang years lang siya dumadating. All the hazards coming from the coast and the marine environment. And I think that's the end. Maraming salamat for your attention. Thank you very much.
Join me in giving her another round of applause for a very interesting discussion. You know what really struck me there is the need for regulatory frameworks for hazards at the same time as incentivizing investment to improve, the condition, particularly in the coastal zones. So, guys, you are the people we'll be looking up to for be able to be doing this for us. Developing the blue economy is not an option. Not developing the blue economy is not an option because that's the only way we'll actually grow. I looked into the data in DEDAT, PSA. Apparently, our contribution ocean economy is only 3% to the GDP. And that's very low because Indonesia, Malaysia all have double digits. And so how are we going to build that to improve the lives of the people Dr. Azanza was talking about? So for those who are in the Facebook Live, please put in your comments. The staff are going to be collecting the questions. For those in the audience right now, you are encouraged to actively participate. And so please collect, have your questions, write them down, and we will collect them later for an open forum. So having heard about the discussion regarding the importance of the marine resources in our current development plans and the way we're living together, let's move on to a discussion on what are the current policy and governance structures that we have, and maybe look into how that hinders or supports our current development and food security particularly. I like the term, Dr. Azanza, blue food. I will use that from now on when I refer to sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. Blue food. Thank you very much. So we will call on our next speaker. Our next speaker is currently with the Fisheries Planning and Economics Division of the division and heads the Fisheries Cooperation Section. As she provides assistance on international and multilateral agreements and collaboration between the Philippines and countries in the fisheries sector. She's a graduate of Communication Arts from the Philippine Women's University and holds a master's degree in public management, major in rural and aquaculture development from the Ateneo de Manila University School of Government. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to our resource speaker, Ms. Ada Karina Manalo Tangonan.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. So I guess Dr. Asanza has mentioned a lot of important issues regarding on fisheries and also aquaculture. So on behalf of the Chief of the Fisheries Plan Economics Division, Ms. Maria Abigail Albaladejo, I'll be presenting the Philippine fisheries then, now, and tomorrow. Next slide, please. So this is the outline of my presentation. First is about the Bureau. Second is on food security in the blue economy. Third, Philippine fisheries situation. Fourth, development framework plans. And lastly, strategic objectives and plans and programs of the Bureau. So next slide. So who are we? So the Fisheries Code of the Philippines, or the RA 8550, as amended by RA 10654, mandates the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources to manage, conserve, develop, protect, utilize, and dispose all fisheries and aquatic resources in the country. However, in municipal waters, we coordinate with and assist the LGU and the Fisheries Aquatic Resource Management Council, or FARMC. The municipal waters is the 0 to 15 kilometers waters from the coastline over which the LGU has full jurisdiction. Next slide. So this is the vision and mission. So as an institution, we strive to become a gender equitable and socially inclusive bureau that excels in climate adaptive and sustainable fisheries and aquatic resources by providing quality service to achieve food fish sufficiency, food security, and improve the well-being of the Filipino fisherfolk. So with that vision, we made it our purpose to deliver on increasing fisheries and aquaculture resiliency and productivity within ecological limits by adopting technologies and management systems that are appropriate and science-based. Next slide, please. So, according to World Bank, in 2017, the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth improve livelihoods and jobs, and ecosystem health, and sustainable and integrated development of economic sectors in a healthy ocean. This is before answers to food security. So next slide, please. So this is the situation of the fisheries. As we all know, the Philippines is rich in natural resources. Our strategic location being within the vast expanse of the Coral Triangle, which is the epicenter of marine biodiversity, puts us among the 18 mega biodiverse countries in the world. So we also have the Verde Island Passage, known for its ecological significance, for being home to over 1,700 marine species, including 60% of the world's shorefish species and 300 coral species. So we have more than 1.26 million hectares of coral reefs spread out in our municipal waters, of which more than 6% are in protected areas. Our seagrass beds within our territorial waters span across 498,000 hectares. Our mangroves cover more than 311,000 hectares. And our mudflats, coastal wetlands, and beach forests span across 200,000 hectares nationwide. In 2017, all these marine resources were valued at 1.5 trillion US dollars based on 2007 price. Next slide, please. The ocean economy has contributed 3.9% to the gross domestic product of the country, which is amounted to 943.03 billion pesos. Ocean fishing amounted for the largest share of 28.6% of the total ocean economy, followed by manufacturing of ocean-based products of 20.9%. Sea-based transportation and storage, 15%, and ocean-based power generation, transmission, and distribution at 10.3%. Next slide, please. Fisheries production volume has been on a decline trend for the last 20 years. Our production peaked at more than 5 million metric tons in 2010, and it was said that we might have reached the maximum sustainable yield at that time. Since then, with the stake of our habitats like the mangroves, seagrasses, coral reefs, and the state of the stocks, we have implemented conservation measures like the seasonal fishing bans for sardine and pelagic fisheries, which contributed to further decline in catch. The amendment of the Fisheries Code that imposed stricter penalties and heavier fines further resulted to a decline in catch when illegal fishing operations stopped. The last 5 years, although data shows a fluctuating trend, analysis shows that production volume is generally declining at an average rate of 1.68% annually. Yes, something has to be done, especially because the fisheries sector supports the livelihoods of more than 2.6 million municipal fisherfolk. Next slide, please. As you know, the fisherfolk remain to be the poorest, one of the poorest sectors. As you can see on the graph, we managed to significantly reduce the incidence of poverty in the sectors from 30.6% in 2021 to 27.4% in 2023. A comparison of poverty incidence among the basic sectors from 2021 to 2023 reveals a decline across all sectors. Next slide, please. So aside from high poverty incidence rates, the sector is also confronted with several problems. These issues include, first, as mentioned by Dr. Asansa, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, or IUUF. Second is harmful, anthropogenic, or human activities such as waste, industrial, biological, and agricultural. And third is climate change and climate-induced disasters, which results to further degradation of our resources and lower catches. And to this, add to this economic pressures such as the rising cost of fuel and inflation that discourages our operators to expand their operation, resulting to lower yields. So when the production is low or slow, we are not able to keep up with the local demand for fish due to the growing fish eating population. And apparently, when the production is lower, income of the fisher folk would be lower too. Next slide, please. So in addressing all those challenges, the Bureau's policies, strategies, and initiatives to address food security and high poverty incidents are anchored on global and local development frameworks and plans, such as Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 1 on no poverty, SDG 2 on zero hunger, and SDG 14, life below water. We are also aligned with the goals of the Philippine Development Plan. At the department level, our accomplishment feeds into achieving the goals of the National Agriculture and Fisheries Modernization and Industrialization Plan. And in fisheries, we have the Comprehensive National Fisheries Industry Development Plan, or CNFIDP, a comprehensive plan for the post-harvest and marketing and ancillary industry, or CPHMIDP, and we also have the commodity roadmaps and management plans in aquaculture and capture fisheries. Next slide, please. Excuse me. In a nutshell, our plans and programs fall within the 4 strategic objectives: sustainability, empowerment, productivity, and resiliency, which are aligned with the objectives of the blue economy. So first, on ensuring sustainability of the resources, like our regulatory and law enforcement, the fisheries management areas, among others. Second, empowerment by capacitating our stakeholders, primarily the fisher folk, through conduct of trainings, techno-demo, extension support, and providing scholarships, among others. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Third, improving productivity within ecological limits through our programs, activities, and projects in capture, fishing, aquaculture, post-harvest, and also marketing. Fourth, improving resiliency of the resources and the sector as a whole by mainstreaming climate change in our programs and implementing projects like the Fish Corps or Fisheries Coastal Resiliency Project and policy support that cuts across all themes. Next slide. So now let me discuss the programs on food security. Briefly, I would just like to emphasize that what we have are projects that are aimed at sustaining production of the municipal fisheries by using appropriate environment-friendly gears and by maximizing production of commercial or distant water fishing. Next slide, please. So next slide. So we expect to augment local production through aggressive development in aquaculture. So we started out to put up hatcheries all over the country to ensure that we have enough local source of fry from our farms. We also continue to develop and distribute better strains of breeders and fingerlings. We have our national technology centers and technology outreach stations all over the country that cater to the needs of our aquaculture operators. We also establish mariculture parks where latest aquaculture technologies are demonstrated. We also provide climate-resilient cages for livelihood projects. We also support the seaweed farmers by maintaining seaweed nurseries or providing them with farm inputs. As listed, here are some key interventions that we have in BIFAR for the aquaculture subsector. Next slide. We also have support for our fish processors and traders by providing them livelihood assistance in the form of subsidy in equipment, providing logistical support such as reefer vans, fish processing support, food safety such as inspection that we conduct for fish, fishery products, and facilities. We also started to develop salt industry so that we can now reduce our reliance from too much importation of salt. We also put up facilities like feed mills to support our production subsector. We conduct regular monitoring of fish prices, and these are posted in our social media pages and also the official website of the Bureau. And to increase the capacities of our stakeholders, we conduct trainings, not only in processing or marketing, but also trainings in responsible fishing and good aquaculture practices. We also put up techno-demo sites and provide technical assistance to our beneficiaries. Next slide, please. Aside from livelihood support, which I presented earlier, we also have for conservation. So BIFAR is aligned with its mandate to implement program on management, conservation, and protection of all fisheries and aquatic resources in the country. Next slide, please. So we have to ensure that all prior activities do not negatively impact and instead would sustain our fisheries and aquatic resources for the next generation to come. So in addition, we have specific programs aimed at managing, conserving, and protecting our resources, and some of these are the following. We are, of course, very serious in curbing IUU fishing. That is why we continue to strengthen our monitoring, control, and surveillance, or MCS. We are also implementing the fisheries management areas, or the 12 FMAs. These are sub-national bodies of water that are co-managed by BIFAR and the local governments on the best available science from the Science Advisory Groups, or SAG, composed of the academe, local CSOs, and NGOs, research institutions, and the pharmacists, or the fisherfolk representatives. This will ensure that the use of the resources within a particular FMA is within the agreed upon harvest control strategies and parameters. We also have specific programs for reviving our inland bodies of water by repopulating our endemic fishes like biya and martinico under the Balik Sigla sa Ilog at Lawa, or BASIL program. As mentioned earlier, we also implement seasonal fishing bans for particular fisheries during a period when they are gravid or buntis, so that by allowing them to lay their eggs and for the eggs to grow, we can continue to harvest species like sardines and galunggong. Excuse me po. Next slide, please. Thank you. Fisheries resiliency. The BIFAR is implementing the Philippine Fisheries and Coastal Resiliency, or FishCore project, a World Bank funded project. FishCore is the Bureau's flagship initiative for promoting sustainable and climate resilient coastal and marine fisheries in the Philippines. It focuses focuses on the rehabilitation of fish stocks and habitats, strengthening the governance of fisheries management areas, and improving the livelihoods of fisherfolk, especially in vulnerable coastal communities for FMAs. So these are composed of the three components, which is fish CRRM, marine, and project management, coordination, and M&E. So next slide, please. We aim to develop new national policies and review the existing policies for the protection and management of the fishery and aquatic resources, including the study, review, and consultation of policies to benefit the fisheries sector. We also provide legal and technical services in aquaculture, capture fisheries, post-harvest, coastal and fisheries resource management, and others. So we also have some policies to include FAO on turtle excluder devices or TED, FAO 201 banning of fishing by means of active gear in municipal waters, bays, fishery management areas. We also have FAO 265 on the regulation on the catching, position, transporting, selling, trading, and exporting of Perulus juvenile and gravy spiny lobster. And to further complement these plans and programs, BIFAR is developing the NPOA on SSF, demonstrating its commitment promoting sustainable small-scale fisheries in the country. Next slide, please. For the interest of time, I only highlighted the key policies, programs, projects, and initiatives that we have for the fisheries and aquaculture. But there are actually more. That is adequate to say that BIFAR remains committed in its mandate and vision of a food, fish, secure country with fisherfolk enjoying a quality of life. So to quote the former regional director Juan D. Albaladejo, by putting fisherfolk at the center of the development, we can complete the circle of the ecosystem approach to the fisheries management, where we take care of the ecological well-being of coastal communities. Next slide, please. In closing, I would like to emphasize that while the government, through DABFAR, is doing everything we can to revitalize the fisheries and aquaculture sector, ensuring food security and improving the well-being of our fisherfolk require a collective effort of everyone by supporting our advocacies, supporting local fish and fishery products, and doing our share in spreading awareness to protect and preserve what is left of our fisheries and aquatic resources. Again, thank you very much, and I wish everyone a pleasant morning. Maraming salamat po.
Director Ms. Tangonan, I looking at her presentation, I could see that it goes from policy to environmental ecosystem management to single species management to food security production, tapos regulation. Gawin na kaya kayong departamento? Ay dapat yata, given this push for for a blue economy, given all the things that BIFAR is handling right now, just looking at those slides, I cannot but, be amazed at the amount of work that this group of people are actually working on. And they are even into the national security discussion. I think it's right also, because why else do we want to claim those areas and keep them as ours if they were not to be something that we will bank on for our own national development? And to be able to do that, we need people to really make tutok in all of these. So I think we have a few minutes before lunch. And I'd like to encourage everyone. So we have seen these two presentations that gives light to the link between the blue resources in the oceans and even in the land, and how that correlates to our food security and what I'd like to call blue food. From now on, ma'am, I will use the term blue food when I mean fisheries and aquaculture that is sustainable. Di ba, ma'am? That's shorter. Kaya lang you have to explain it all the time. But I like the term. Okay, so people are please encouraged to stand up and ask questions. There are
by their private partners maybe, or by big commercial players? Thank you.
Okay, I think that's a very complex problem. Direct benefits of the coastal communities from the blue economy. The government has to do something with our blue economy potentials. Hindi tayo dapat mauwi na lang palagi na ang coastal communities natin, especially the poor coastal communities, no, na umaasa sa fishery or aquaculture. We have different industries, no. Hindi ko diniscuss yung different blue industries. But of course, we give importance to the fishery and aquaculture. So, during the times that they cannot harvest, that they cannot do aquaculture, they should have other income coming from the other potential blue industries that they can harness within the area. That's the reason why itong ating plano para sa blue industry, blue economy, dapat hindi lang yung kung ano meron, dapat pati yung potential ng bawat lugar. How many islands do we have? Sabi ko nga, 835 municipalities ba yun, which are coastal. Ang mga LGUs natin, what are they doing? What is the... binaba na nga karamihan ng di ba? Ng services, na pati yung work ng fishery and so on. Karamihan nga ng agriculturist. Walang fishery biologists or scientists sa local governments na yan. Karamihan agriculturist. Okay, di ba? I've been there. So kung kailangan namin, o kakausapin namin yung ninyo dito, wala. And then you have to train again, this agriculturist. Ang ating, the economy, hindi ako economist ha, but we have reviewed together with the economists from other countries and here, the focus of the Philippine economy is towards the land. We have not looked into the potentials of our blue economy. Hindi pa siya na harness talaga. Okay? Yung even our tourism, which can be destructive if not sustainably managed, ang laki ng income. Ilang milyon na lang ang ating blue tourism. Ang baba. You have the data, di ba, from Stratbase. It's even decreasing. Ang ganda-ganda ng ating coast. If we sustainably manage our blue tourism, ang laki ng kikitain ng mga coastal communities. Pag wala silang ma-harvest, wala silang andyan ang blue tourism. Kung tutulungan sila talaga ng mga taong may-ari ng mga tourist, agencies or establishments. There are many. There are, I think, 10 blue economy industries. Ang pinakamataas ang income, fishery and aquaculture and the blue tourism. Kasi dinadayo tayo because of our coast, because of our seas. Tulungan natin yung mga coastal communities mag-earn talaga dyan. Kaya nga isa sa mga ano ko yan dyan. I-review nga, ano ba talagang nagpapala ng mga tao dyan sa ano na yan, sa coastal communities na yan. Do they really earn? Even for survival. Okay? Yun lang, even for survival. Dapat mga upliftment of the coastal community. So, maraming dapat gawin. So, I am very hopeful that the Blue Economy Bill will be passed. After i-pass sa Senate, BICAM, and then yung mga IRR, tignan lahat yan. No? Kasi madami pang dapat gawin. Okay, marami akong iniisip, pero that's all I can think now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
See you now.
So basically, Dr. Exando is saying diversify sources of livelihoods and also to ensure value adding siguro sa products that are already coming out of the fishery and aquaculture. At saka sabi ni ma'am, the government needs to be in charge of all this development to make sure it's inclusive. So from the audience, any other question? We have one from a scholar, Ayaw Tumayo, but I'm going to read it. Right, okay. So, should reclamation be considered as a component of sustainable blue economy framework? Maybe for both of you. Reclamation and taking over for land a bigger part of the ocean. Both, ma'am. Bishop, before. What do you think?
Okay. Now I remember when National Scientist Alcala was still alive and I was the president. Talagang nataranta si National Scientist Alcala. Kasi merong reclamation na gagawin sa Dumaguete. They were building the Smart Island. And talagang magiging malaki impact doon, no? Sa physical oceanography, nung karagatan doon, ang maaapektuhan, not only Negros, Occidental, Oriental, and then also Cebu and the other nearby islands. Kasi the physical oceanographer would do can model and could show the impact of the disturbance. Okay, yun ang sinasabing in the planning, in the marine spatial planning, we need to consider all the stakeholders. Hindi dahil kailangan natin ng lupa. Kailangan natin talaga ng lupa, kulang tayo because of the booming population. We could be 144 million by 2050. Saan titira yung mga tao? Either paakyat sa bundok o papunta sa coast. Saan pupunta ang ibang industries? I did not show my slide on how the coast is being used for different industries. Kaya yung tsunami area, different areas na dapat walang nandun, meron tao doon. Okay. So, hindi dapat isang sector lang ang magde-decide sa ating present and future. We should be more visionary. We should be collectively thinking and deciding for the future we want. Hindi nga one size fits all. Kung kailangan nating mag-reclaim talaga, and it's a decision made by all the others visioning for the next 20 years or 50 years, then the community should decide. Hindi lang national ang magde-decide, but the community that will be mostly affected by the changes, by the reclamation, and considering all the science available, information available. Mga mamaya, magre-reclaim tayo, masisira naman yung ecosystem na magpro-provide ng food. okay, na magpo-provide ng other goods and services, structural and protective functions. So, pinag-uusapan, pinaplano. Kaya nga ang tao nakagawa ng eroplano, hindi lang isang tao, isang grupo yun. Maraming engineers, maraming scientists working together and planning and coming up with innovations that would help humanity. So, yung marine spatial planning is an important component of the future for the marine environment. Kailangan nating pag-isipan ang malaki nating karagatan, paano natin gagamitin ngayon at sa kinabukasan. At pinag-uusapan ng mga taong nandyan at gagamit noon. Hindi lang yung galing kung saan, pupunta dyan, ay, kailangan ko itong lugar na to. Especially if it's a foreign entity. Well, that's my point of view. Thank you.
Ma'am, do you want to add to that?
Hello. So, on my part po kasi parang yung reclamation is under the jurisdiction of the local government units. And as I've mentioned in my presentation, ano po yung vision and mission ng BFAR? One is to conserve, manage, and sustain our fisheries resources. And definitely, yung reclamation po is against that. So, yun po ang ang point of view ko. Kasi masisira po yung ating mga natural resources kung magkakaroon po tayo ng reclamation.
Okay, thank you so much. So, yes. Ma'am, please go to the microphone po. Who wanted the question? Ma'am, you're next after her.
Ma'am, on the issue of the blue economy, it's more of a framework actually. I've skimmed through the bill, but not a deeper dive. But the way it's hitting me is that it's more of a framework. But when we come to think about the whole issue, it's more than the framework that we need. Kasi problema natin yung weak maritime governance, and we have overlapping jurisdictions among government agencies. And to complicate the matter, para kasi siyang siloed, like on the part of the House, for example, we have the bill on the blue economy pending with the Economic Affairs. And for the Committee on Natural Resources, we have another pending bill on the ridge to reef approach, yung integrated coastal management plan. And we were talking about a marine spatial plan that we need to come up with in the soonest time possible. So I'm just thinking, maybe it's time to take a step back, and like a person who would go through an executive check-up, hindi lang yung cardiologist, yung ganyan, but you need somebody that takes a look at the entirety of the whole problem, para lang hindi siloed yung approach.
Comments on that, ma'am?
Okay, let me, it's not part of my presentation now, but in many past presentations, you are correct, the framework is in the bill, pero kung wala tayong structure na would look into parang mag-aano nung orkestra, mag-orchestrate, mag-aano ng bato, kukumpas, walang mangyayari. Okay? We don't even have a Department of Fisheries and Ocean. Fisheries and Marine Resources. Pending din. Sa ibang countries where you have long coastal resource environment, like Canada, Indonesia, Malaysia, even Malaysia and Thailand, they have a Department of Fisheries. Vietnam, tayo na lang na naman ang wala. Okay? Bureau ang meron tayo. Okay, I've seen kasi as president and even as part of the National Academy of Science and Technology, we are given copies of the bills. We give comments. We have endorsed the Department of Fisheries and Ocean, but we want it very clearly reviewed to suit the present and the future needs of the country. So, hindi lang basta i-elevate ang Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, pero inunuwan. Okay? Kasi hindi lang pwede, ganito yung sa, kopyahin natin. Ganito ito na ginagawa natin, elevate na lang natin. Okay? And then the other thing is, the blue economy does not concern the living resources only. It concerns services and goods, which are non-living or cultural and whatever, mining. So sa ibang bansa, like in Indonesia, there is a committee on the marine resources. So nagkikita-kita sila. Ididepensa nung bawat isang department yung kanyang concern, no? Okay? So doon nagkakaroon ng decision making. Okay? So yun, wala tayo. It should be in that bill, Blue Economy Bill, ang structure to come up in the implementation of a framework. So sa BICAM, dapat yan ang isa sa pag-usapan. BICAM meeting on the Blue Economy. Magkakaroon ng BICAM meeting. Okay. Okay, sorry. So wala nang BICAM? Okay. So ano yun natin, isama nyo yun. Yung tama ka, walang kukumpas. Hindi kaya-kayanin. I don't know whether NEDA, DepEd would be able to do that. So let us review. Okay? Sige, thank you.
Ma'am, kayo po. BFAR, you have a comment on that? I have a question here that's really very interesting. We often frame the blue... sorry ma'am, I highlighted you pala as next. Sorry.
Good morning. Earlier in the presentation, you showed from before, you showed a graph on the declining volume of production and the different pathways explaining the decline in production. So there were several reasons, no? But I was just really wondering, to what extent can the decline in the production volume is explained actually by degraded resources? Because there are other reasons like, illegal fishing. You mentioned like high prices of oil that some others simply just find it too costly to go fishing. So it also affected the volume of production. But my interest is degraded resources. To what extent does degraded resources actually explain the decline in production? And in relation to that, I'm glad to see an RA 11995, the Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System. So I just browsed through it, and it was just actually recently passed, 2024. But within 1 year, it should have already an IRR. So I was just wondering if there's an existing IRR, and if this Republic Act, in fact, will allow us, it will put up a mechanism where we can regularly monitor the stock of our, like natural and environmental assets, because I think that is a good thing. And just maybe a question maybe to Dr. Asanza. You mentioned smart aquaculture. Yeah. So if you can just give us an idea to what extent also is smart aquaculture employed in the Philippines already? Okay,
thank you very much for that question. In fact, we now have a certification being, we initiated here at the AP, governance of sustainable blue economy. And I give lectures. I gave a lecture on valuation of marine resources, and also Dr. Angeles, also from economics, UP economics, on valuation of our resources, marine resources. So the Department of Environment and Natural Resources has a project now, together with the Philippine Statistics Authority, to give values. Bigyan ng peso value na ang ating resources, living resources. And they came up with a book, Sukat ng Kalikasan, Uh, the National Academy gave an award for this as an outstanding monograph. So there's a system of trying to measure how degraded the ecosystem has been for a certain period of time. Okay? Kasi as pointed out in our book, 2017 paper, valuation of our resources, marine resources, and even terrestrial resources should be done regularly. Because from there, you would know how your resources stand in terms of the goods and services that they provide. Okay, so the 4 services, first for food, goods, and services. The second for structural. Third for protection. And even for cultural. Kasama na doon ang tourism and all the others. Okay? So, yung 4 na valuation measures na yon, metrics, pwedeng gamitin pagkatapos, pag nakita nyo na yung state ng inyong resources. Okay. Yung unang-unang publication namin, it was based on the evaluation of the status in 2017 of the seagrass and all this community, the coral reef seagrass ecosystem, coral reef ecosystem, and the other ecosystems in terms of all the 4 values, based on the data and information of MSI and all the publications that we reviewed. And then we stimulated the process of regular valuation of our resources. And mabuti nga, meron tayong ganyan. It's there na. Kasi ang ginagawa natin nagbibigay yata ng valuation ang PhilSA, Philippine Statistics Authority, sa ano lang daw, sa mangrove communities. So they have to do that for the coral ecosystems. So they have been doing that for mangrove ecosystems. They are doing this now also for seagrass and coral ecosystems. Mahirap yan. So they need, again, manpower. And the HEIs, BFAR, and all the other manpower and infrastructure that we can harness, we need them to give values, to give a sense of money equivalence of the status of our state. Doon mo makikita, nasira kasi yung corals natin, kaya bumaba yung production and so on. So you can have some estimates based on data and information coming from the local communities especially.
Ma'am, sa BFAR, will you be ready to answer the question how much the resource decline is actually due to resource decline,
I don't actually have the actual data for that, but I think it's really a domino effect, of course. If once our resources are degraded, then of course the production, which is of course the resource, the home of our fishes, so the production will of course decrease. There will be no fish catch for our fisher folk. So that's why we are promoting also to shift from capture fishing to aquaculture as one of our alternative. Yun lang.
The other question was on how aquaculture can be promoted or what kind of aquaculture. Tama ba yun, ma'am? Okay. How much of aquaculture in the Philippines is currently smart? Okay. Both kayo, ma'am. I mean, not environmentally blue food. Yung sinasabi ni ma'am ni blue food, yun ang tinatanong.
Well, I can speak for the seaweed industry. Medyo nag-ano na sila. Kasi we had a review, no? It's a global review of aquaculture. They are employing some form of smart technologies because they have data loggers. They employ data loggers. I hope that this is widely used in the Philippines. The state of the health of the environment are logged in and analyzed so that immediate action can be done. And then also the state of the health of the seaweeds are also logged in. And this is being done, the discussion of the state of the health of the crop and the state of the health of the environment are discussed by the leaders in that particular area. And I hope that is being done in the country because that is being done in many countries. No? And we promoted that, I think, during the first review that we did about 5 years ago. Data logging for, actually sa ibang lugar, ginagawa ng De La Salle and UP, we have this exchange of data and information on the state of the environment. So that's smart concern for the environment wherein you have fishery activities or aquaculture activities. So kung gagamit pa tayo ng AI, pwedeng more decisions can be done. Pero marami tayong dapat i-involve for the innovation that we need. Okay, so marami pa.
Would you, ma'am, have some information on that? How are we in terms of considering the triple bottom line in aquaculture?
Is it
Yeah,
the smart
smart.
aquaculture? Yeah. So, as I mentioned earlier, we have the establishment of mariculture parks where we provide techno-demo livelihoods po. Mostly po yung mga mariculture parks po natin, ito po yung meron tayong mga fish cages like sa bangus and high-value species po. Tapos at the same time po, meron tayong project pero hindi pa po siya na-implement with other countries such as with Korea po, on Koika po. Ito po yung smart aquaculture natin in Guimaras province po. Pero as of now, nasa preparatory pa lang po siya. So, hindi pa po siya totally na-implement. Yun lang po.
Can I just add something about smart aquaculture? For example, in Japan and even in Korea and other countries, one smart aquaculture activity they do is the monitoring of organisms that can cause fish kill. Kasi pag fish kill, mamamatay lahat ng crops nyo. Just like what happened in Chile. Yung buong salmon industry nag-collapse because they were not practicing very keenly smart aquaculture. Sa Japan, ganito. They can even move their seaweed, nori, to different levels of the water depending on the water quality. Because they log in. Bababa, itataas, or merong harmful algae. Masisira ang merong mga algae na sisirain yung fronds ng nori, ibababa o iakyat. O yung mga shellfish, ibababa dahil merong red tide na makakakos ng poisoning. I-harvest or ibababa. So that's smart aquaculture. You protect not only your crops, but you protect the consumer. Yun, kasama yun. That is what we are discussing at the ASEAN Subcommittee on Marine Science and Technology.
Do we have any, questions from the floor, sir? Please.
Hi, good morning po. I'm JK Asturias, actually from the DAP. And I'm actually po a student under Dr. Sanza. Yung binanggit ni Dr. Sanza na graduate course on, yung certificate course on the blue economy. So I'm actually just wanted to share very quickly to supplement po yung answers niyo po kay ma'am with regard to the question of how much of this decline of fisheries is attributable to degradation, no? As she mentioned, there are other inputs and outputs such as oil, fuel costs, transport costs. And I want to cite yung isang study na binanggit ni Doc Angeles, who is also part of our course din. So maraming salamat po sa DAP for this opportunity. And I want to point out na yung study na ginawa na sinite nila which has a confidence level of 1%, cites that fish catch is higher by 80% in areas having good mangrove conditions compared with degraded mangroves. So as you know, yung mga mangroves natin are a key factor in of course, the health and the wealth of our aqua ecosystem. So although I can't say specifically looking at the study very briefly kung anong percentage doon is attributable yung sa fuel cost, yung sa transport cost, I think at least dito, for this particular information, this particular tidbit, highly statistically relevant po yung fish catch's relationship to the wellness of the ecosystem. At least 80.51% yung increase of the fish catch. So yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Wow, thank you so much. I think we have one more from the ground. Yes, there's a hand up there.
Good morning or good afternoon na ba? I'm Marites Pempeña, the Committee Secretary of the Committee on Government Reorganization of the House of Representatives. Now, for 3 congresses, I think, I become the ComSec of GovReorg. There are initiatives of creating a Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. I still remember during the time of Congressman Walden Bello, he even included Ocean, the Department of Ocean, parang DOFAR siya. Now, in the presentations, I didn't see any organizational or structural reform in the framework of developing the fisheries and aquaculture resources of the country. Ang question ko po, don't you see the value of structural reforms like, not elevating but reorganizing BIFAR into a department and house all the key fisheries agencies in that department. So you will have a dedicated agency for the development, exploration, management, and regulation of, fisheries and aquatic resources. So, and in that, the FAR bills that I am assuming that some congressmen will refile these initiatives in this 20th Congress. And in that bill, there is also the creation of the Fisheries Commission. So we have an regulatory with quasi-judicial function and administrative adjudication for all violations of the Fisheries Code. So kasama na po dun sa bill na ginagawa namin. There will be a Fisheries Commission. So sana po kasama dun sa development framework. Okay po, thank you.
Okay, ma'am. BIFAR, would you like to comment? Structural reforms and the creation of the Fisheries Commission.
Of course, I agree to that 101% for the creation of a Department of Fisheries and Oceans. Apologies lang po, hindi lang po namin na isama sa aming presentation kasi medyo actually ni-represent ko lang po yung boss ko. At meron po kaming media review ongoing this week. So, yun lang po. Thank you.
Ma'am Rod.
Okay, as I have said, in all my slide presentations, nandun yun for many years, no? And we have been discussing din, nauna pa yun sa Blue Economy support namin.
Yeah.
And then, kasi pinare-review sa amin yung mga bills na yan.
Sige po.
We support that, but we need to harmonize all the bills that were presented, including yung oceans. Kasi nga, I still believe that we have to extend beyond the coast, what we have, in terms of management. Okay? So katulad sa Canada, they have Department of Fisheries and Oceans. So I can give my comments on that. Kasi you need to go beyond the coast.
Yes.
In the money. So mapapasama na EEZ and so on. So that should be the looking ahead. for the Philippines.
Yes,
Yes.
Dr. Asanza. At this early, may I ask your permission to be one of our resource persons
Yes, of
when
course.
we had
With
we will be
my full
tackling this,
support.
yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Noon pa yan.
Oo nga
Wala
po.
akong katigil-tigil dyan.
Oo
Thank
nga
you.
po. Thank you, ma'am.
And just a comment on that, ma'am, it is very, very interesting that you are separating the regulatory over the development, because that part is very much security related. And for my own part, I feel very sad that we put all our efforts and even people's lives on the line to protect all these areas, and then we do not develop it. That is that's the very reason we're protecting this anyway. It's for us. But we don't have the mechanism of creating the funds, the programs that will relate to that.
Actually, ma'am, previously, legislative proposals do not include Fisheries Commission, but in the last Congress, the 19th Congress, we deemed it wise to have an independent regulatory body for violation of fisheries laws, especially the fisheries code. So, sinama na po namin sa bill yung Fisheries Commission.
Kasi nade-dilute lahat yung efforts,
Yes,
di ba? At saka
yun
yung
po.
focus.
And then ngayon, sama-sama sa DNR, lahat-lahat yun. Pati yung
Ma'am, I've been
fishery.
working on this also. And I really work on at the Department of Energy. When they see the dagat, they see the coral. I work with BFAR, they see the fish. But when they look at it, they're both together there. But at
It's in one
end of the
marine
day-
ecosystem. Sabi ko, nagkikita-kita yan. Hindi naghihiwa-hiwalay yan. You cannot separate all of this. So, you should look at it wholly, holistically.
Yes, ma'am. Actually,
in
there is a
managing.
convergence of different agencies which has, similar or quite related na hindi naman pwedeng saklawin nung envisioned DEFAR. So may coordination pa rin with DNR and other,
And the LGLU.
Yeah, and the
The
LGUs, most especially because of the, yung jurisdiction over municipal waters. Hope we can invite you, ma. We will put you in our mailing list. Thank you.
So it's 12:15 and we are beyond 12:10, which is on your paper, na bawas na tayo ng 5 minutes ng kain. So we will just break for a while for the lunch. And in the afternoon, we will have moderated discussions as well as an open forum, particularly with our other guests in the room. So please enjoy lunch, and we're going to be back at 1 o'clock, 1:30 for this.
So again,
So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Thursday Talks afternoon edition. This again is brought to you by the Development Academy of the Philippines under the Capacity Building for Innovative Leadership in Legislative Staff program. So I hope you had a good lunch. I was really full. Sarap ng dessert, no? Ay, nanghingi pa ako dun sa kabilang table. But anyway, before we start the session, I'd like us to just settle down and turn off our phones again and listen to and look forward to another fruitful discussion. This morning's session helped us understand how deeply our economy, our development and well-being is rooted in the marine ecosystem and all the resources that we have in there. Dr. Sazanza explained to us the foundational concepts of the blue economy. And the BFAR also told us about the policy and governance infrastructure that actually help support the development of this blue economy. So for this afternoon, we are kicking off the panel discussion, which brings together, again, experts and practitioners across the sectors, government, civil society, and the academe. So we've prepared questions for our panelists in a set of themes to surface practical insights and explore actionable ways to move forward. So to kick off, we will hear opening statements from our panelists. For our first panelist, the Executive Director of the Partnerships in Environmental Management for the Seas of the East Asia, PEMC. She has more than 25 years of experience in managing multicultural teams in the design and implementation of marine fisheries strategies and public policy reform to mainstream environments and regulating, planning, and investment frameworks. She also worked at the World Wildlife Fund for Nature, WWF International, where she held various posts in the interface of trade, investment, fisheries, and sustainable development. So please welcome on the stage Executive Director Amy Gonzalez.
Thank you. Carmen ba? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased to be at this capacity building on innovative leadership for legislative staff. Wow. So this is the second gen or the third gen of our brilliant legislative body, no? So just to give you a bit of background of PEMC, so it's a partnership-based regional coordination mechanism specializing in ocean governance. We were created by 11 country partners, ASEAN member states plus the big three, Japan, Korea, and Korea and China. Yeah, some of the ASEAN member states are not our formal country partners, like Thailand and Malaysia, but they are our collaborators. Philippines is one of our country partners, and we are hosted by the Philippine government. So we work on these issues that has been discussed since this morning. We promote a blue economy, we promote integrated coastal management, we also push for sustainable production, restoration of our natural resources. So at last month's UN conference in Nice, France, governments around the world, including the Philippines, pledged to advance the international commitments to conserve and sustainably use the ocean. One of the pledges made by the Philippine government is to, and I quote, build bluer economy that ensures equity, strengthens food security, and enhances resilience to climate impacts. So very topical and very relevant to today's discussion. No? But with a growing population, mounting pressures on the environment, an existing resource base, and increasing access to coastal and marine areas through technological advances, the accelerated development and exploitation of coast and ocean is a certainty and definitely a cause for alarm, no? But countries like PEMC, country partners, as early as November 2012, and I think Dr. Azanza has mentioned this, they signed the Changwon Declaration, so as early as 2012. Now it's already 2025, right? They already at that time adopted blue economy as a sustainable development framework that puts a premium on balancing economic development with environmental protection, habitat and biodiversity conservation, and social well-being. Now, for this afternoon's discussion, I know we're focused on food security, and Bifar has given you some insights on the state of our fisheries. For us in PEMC, habitat protection is critical for sustainable production because it ensures the long-term health of ecosystems and the resources they provide. This involves implementing good practices that minimize habitat destruction, promote restoration, and encourage biodiversity. You probably heard a lot about mangrove planting, mangrove restoration, nature-based solutions. This is critical. This is part of habitat protection. Now, to be able to do this, we have to look at the land-sea use interaction, and I think probably Dr. Azanza has also mentioned this. Sustainable land-sea use management, there are also terms used, source to sea, ridge to reef, hilltop to highlands to ocean, So there's so many of this variation, but fear not. I mean, they all talk about the need to consider the impacts of agriculture or land use and human activities on land, on the coast and the seas. And so in PEMC, we have been pioneering, along with our partners in the academe, for the application of integrated coastal management. It is a mechanism that aims to balance economic growth with environmental conservation and social equity. And we've been doing this for 30 years now. Because many coastal management issues cut across sectors. The aquaculture sector, which I think was mentioned this morning, if not properly zoned, could affect ship navigation routes and tourism sites. So the conventional sectoral management approach, which addresses these challenges separately on a sector-by-sector basis, is typically not sufficient for solving complex problems in coastal areas. So integration and coordination of various coastal and marine management efforts is the major objective of integrated coastal management mechanism. So this tool or mechanism still relevant until now. So we're not advocating for new and innovative tools and mechanisms because we actually have some that could still function if implemented properly. Because ICM addresses the governance of human activities affecting the sustainable use of goods and services generated by coastal and marine ecosystems. So in the Philippines, the importance attached to integrated coastal management was exemplified by the proclamation of Executive Order 533, and scaled up through national policy making. So EO 533 is a national strategy for sustainable development of coastal and marine areas. EO 533 also calls for the development of coastal strategies and action plans that provide a long-term vision and goals for the sustainable development of coastal areas. It requires the mainstreaming of integrated coastal management into national and local governments' planning and socioeconomic development programs with the allocation of financial and human resources for implementation. And this lies the rub, right? With adequate financial and human resources for implementation. But to operationalize the EO, DNR with other concerned agencies, local government units, and other organizations actually worked in 80 coastal municipalities to socialize this act. And the aim is really to expand its coverage to all our coastal towns and cities. And the scope of the work is not just on the institutionalization or the human capacity development. It has expanded to some key sectoral concerns: marine pollution, climate adaptation, and disaster risk reduction. But the major challenge is the availability of funding support, which would be rectified if national ICM bill can be passed into law that would cement its efforts to protect, manage, and restore our coast and oceans. There are many major milestones achieved at the executive branch. So for example, the Housing Land Use Regulatory Board has incorporated ICM through the Comprehensive Land Use Plan. Recently, I think early this month, the Department of Interior and Local Government issued guidelines for all LGUs to establish, protect, and restore greenbelt zones of mangrove and beach forests. Now, this is already a big step forward in localized strategies for disaster risk reduction and climate adaptation, because you're building natural buffers to protect our shores and communities. But we need to scale up. And how do we scale up? We need Congress. We need your help. In the House, we have a consolidated bill on ICM already since 2023. But in the Senate, there are few authors, and they still need to consolidate. But unfortunately, in the 19th, so this was tabled in the 19th Congress, but in the 20th Congress, it wasn't a priority bill. So hopefully, after recess, you could help push for ICM as part of the priority bills, no? A strategy that DNR has been working on is to incorporate blue economy and ICM bill. Now, I don't know whether that will have to go back to the House. I hope not, because ICM bill in the House has already incorporated the Coastal Greenbelt Law. So, how to maneuver, how to develop. But I hope that before the presidency ends, this could be one of the legacy bills that we could have, if not earlier, during this midterm. So I think you in the as legislative staff have a big role to play. And that's my message. Thank you.
You could actually see what Batangas could have been without an ICCM plan, at least over the years. Thank you so much, Director Gonzalez. And we will continue to have this discussion on integrated policies and directions. Next, we will have with us second panelist. Allow me to introduce her. She's currently the Executive Director of NGOs for Fisheries Reform and brings more than 30 years of experience in working with the fisherfolk communities. With a background in political science, she has written studies on food sovereignty and poverty eradication, vulnerability assessments, climate change, and gender and coastal communities. So please welcome on stage Executive Director Mayet Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce first NGOs for Fisheries Reform. NFR is a network of NGOs working on community-based coastal resource management. So in the 1990s, these CBCRM practitioners noticed similar experiences in their project sites na merong degraded resources, there is overfishing, there is resource use conflict. And then the analysis of the group that time is that the existing law that time, the PD 704, is anchored on the framework that the fishery is an economic opportunity. So the tendency is to harvest and to harvest to improve the income of the country. But that time, ang nakikita po ay nauubos na yung isda. So this group formed the NGO Technical Working Group on the Fisheries Code and lobbied for a new fisheries code that is anchored on sustainable fisheries. And 1991 yon na nabuo yung batas 1998. So that's how long it has been. There are a lot of compromises, but eventually the new fisheries code was approved. But then the group saw the need to continue working together kasi technical working group lang sila noon. But they saw the need to continue working together to make sure that the new fisheries code would really implement sustainability and that so that new emerging policies will be beneficial primarily to the fishery industry in general, but primarily sana to the small fishers. Yon. Now, NFR has 12 member organizations. Pag tinignan po natin sa mapa ang mga project sites, Luzon to Mindanao, but medyo marami po sa Eastern Seaboard for obvious reasons. NFR believes that the primary users of the fishery resources, especially in the near shore, have the capacity and the right to have a say in how the resources are managed. Kaya natuwa po ako nung sinasabi ni Doc Azan sa kanina na alam nila, actually totoo po yun, alam po nila, alam nila ang kalagayan, alam nila ang kiliti ng dagat, alam nila na kailangang alagaan yung dagat. Yun po. So, for the NFR, ang ginagawa po is to organize and build the capacities of the fisherfolk organizations to negotiate and lobby with the local and national government to address various issues. Also, NFR network members have been advocating and lobbying for protection and sustainable use of the fishery resources, and has been assisting the communities to identify strategies and resource management tools. Naalala ko po tuloy sa isang training ko on fisheries. Sabi, fishery management is not management of the fisheries. It is management of the people using the fisheries. Opo, kaya ang tinuturuan talaga natin yung mga tao. Yan. So, ganun po ang ginagawa namin ay info education, providing spaces for them to analyze and then come up with decisions and then they will have increased awareness and then they will identify what is best for the resources and the communities, lobby with the government, and then with the cooperation of the local and national government, ang idea is the fisheries will be sustainably managed and then there will be improved well-being of the communities. Kasi bakit ba alagaan yung pangisdaan? Para pakinabangan ng mga tao, lalo na yung may karapatan talaga dito. So yun po, i-share ko na lang din na yung Department of Fisheries ay matagal na rin pong advocacy ng NFR at sana nga po ay matuloy na. So yun na lang po muna siguro and then let's continue the discussion in the panel discussion. Thank you.
Very heartwarming feedback this time from the community side. So may we welcome Dr. Azanza back into the panel on stage for our directed discussion. We were trying to figure out Miss Universe questions kasi nakita mo naman sa harapan ko puro Miss Universe ang nakaupo. And I'm very proud to be sitting with them. International Business Universe. Okay, since we're starting and dealing with policy innovation. Hello. Yeah. Okay, since we're talking to the people in the what do you call this? Innovation, leadership, and legislation staff. Yan, puro Miss Universe then and Mr. Universes in front. Let's start with this question on policy. What policy innovations or multi-stakeholder partnerships or even infrastructure for governance or fiscal, what do you call this, interventions for stimulating investments have shown, I think, a promise for balancing marine resources protection and food production needs, and how can they be scaled or replicated across the country? Maybe you have some idea of what can be done, what is being done, and maybe some idea of how they can be replicated.
Magandang hapon. For my part, I think the farm Cs that are formed as laid out in the Fisheries Code is a good mechanism for multi-stakeholder partnerships. And while they are primarily recommendatory pa rin, so ang nagde-decide pa rin is the government, I think it's a good idea that they have a space to air out their opinions and recommendations on how the fisheries can be sustainably managed. Also, the new platform, the FMA management boards, while tingin namin masyadong maliit pa rin ang representation ng communities doon, but I think it's also a good platform, lalo na yung scientific advisory groups that can provide evidence, scientific data for on how to come up with resource management tools. Yun po.
Ma'am, just to clarify, can you please explain what Farm C and FMA is?
Ay, sorry naman. Farm C is the Fishery Aquatic Resource Management Councils. Meron yan at the municipal level. There is a bigger number of representatives from the municipal fisheries, but there is also from the commercial, from the aquaculture, and there is also a women representative. So matters related to the fisheries, the oceans, are discussed at the farm Cs, and then they will recommend policies for adoption by the municipal council. So hanggang national level po may different levels. Yung FMA, Fishery Management Area, medyo nabanggit na po kanina na sa presentation ng BIFAR, each FMA has a management body and also a scientific advisory group na ang medyo same idea naman na how to manage the FMA at the fisheries at the ocean at the FMA level.
Ang FMA, by the way, is beyond province. Mas mataas pa. Okay.
Well, I'm not familiar with your organization, but I think what is going to work should be something wherein the local community and the available experts in the area, and there should be national guidelines that should be followed, and the approach should be not one size fits all, meaning hindi dahil ginagawa sa kabila gagawin din natin. And so that's the reason why the local community, the local experts, the HEIs who are doing fishery science, whatever science that I can input into the problem, they should be involved. And then the business sector, the community, within the community, should be encouraged to do what they can do. So I think if it is being done already, that's good. But if it's not being done, something like that can be done, And maybe in that particular Blue Economy Act, or we can do something like in the framework, recommend something like that. Kasi archipelagic tayo, no? We are connected by the seas, but each island has unique niches. They have unique features, even in the marine, in the coastal endowments that they have. Like yung kabilang island, maganda yung mga ano nila, mga crabs nila or whatever that they need to enhance or whatever. So, yun ang ano ko. Hindi magkopyahan, hindi parang dahil nagtitinda ng hot pandesal yung kabila at pandesal din yung kabila. Okay? And so, at the national level, there should be something like coordination and harmonization. Parang kailangan we develop something unique for the Philippines. Katulad sa Japan, meron silang mga organizations, fishery organizations, tumutulong talaga yung community sa problema, halimbawa ng seaweed industry in that particular area. So, wag tayong, let's be innovative even in the way we will do things for the good of the community and in the long run, wealth creation and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with most of what they said, you know, and in any bill, you really have to have, it needs to be science-based, it needs to be participatory in approach, needs to build on strong partnerships, and it needs community incentives for community. But I would like to also point out that basic, like PENCAS, thank you for passing PENCAS. No? That's the Philippine Environmental Natural Accounting Systems Act. Now, I hope that is already being operationalized. No? Kasi if you cannot count, if you cannot measure, you cannot manage it properly. So you really need this basic. So I think that's one innovation that we could applaud Congress also for its for pushing that. But beyond that, the Blue Economy Bill, I hope you can have a look. I think it's in the second year of priority in the 19th Congress, and I hope it can be elevated furthermore. But this Blue Economy Bill shouldn't just be looking at the large industrial sectors. It should also push for SMEs, kasi most in the Philippines are really SMEs. Ilan lang ba yung ating multinationals na mag-benefit na pwede naman silang maski walang pera, gawin na nila, no? Pero ang SMEs, how do you actually make investments out of them? How do you prepare shovel-ready investments for investors to come, no? Local or foreign? Yun yung kailangan natin. Na we have to look at their welfare. Now, that's easier said than done because you have tenorial issues, yung mga enabling frameworks to make them you know, para magkaroon naman ng incentive to be able to replicate and scale up. Wala eh. Yun ang problema natin. And then how do you aggregate this small, medium enterprises so that they could make bigger impact. So, marami pa tayong pag-aaralan, but I think if we have the bill, pass the bill, and then let's work out the details. Thank you.
So that actually brought a very interesting discussion on how at the local level, no, you can scale up to bigger investments, for example, what you call shovel ready. I know that food is the best business because we all eat. But I think many of our industries are actually food driven. Marami. That brings me to the second question. This one is on food security strategies on equity and access in the blue economy. In what ways can the principles of the blue economy be operationalized in the Philippines' food security strategies, particularly in ensuring equitable access to aquatic food and vulnerable communities? I think that also plays with the environment. So, anyone would like to take a shot on that question?
It's very complex.
Yes, ma'am, for sure.
That's very complex, no? Equitable access to the food, and it involves a number of agencies and a number of sectors and factors. So therefore, I think it should be the executive and the legislative looking into the matter. It cannot be done instantly, just like that. We have to review existing laws, how they contradict one another, how they help one another. But definitely, there should be equitable access, if we can do it, to the resources, especially for food.
Ako naman po siguro yung nababanggit na rin ni Doc Asanza kanina yung Marine Spatial Planning. So yung Comprehensive Land Use Plan, wala tayong National Comprehensive Land Use Plan. Tapos yun nga rin po yung MSP. Sa tingin ko ay makakatulong din yun sana. Pero I would agree that it's very complex. Totoo naman po yung maraming overlapping, conflicting laws. Kaya hindi talaga madali yung equity and equitable access, equity, mga ganun.
Ma'am, do you have something to add to that?
Just on ICM, the links of integrated coastal management and marine spatial planning. So you have the and how it connects to food security. So integrated coastal management looks at the land-sea use interaction, no? And the marine spatial planning looks at the sea. Yun yung basic difference nila, no? But what binds them together really is habitat protection, no? Ganun, babalik pa rin tayo doon. So you cannot just harvest, cut supply or overfish without thinking about protecting and managing sustainably. So dapat meron kang iiwan, no? So policies like fishing closures will still be important, and it's a melange of policies as what they've mentioned, no? They don't have to contradict with each other. Kailangan lang ng transparency, kailangan lang ng communications, consistency, no? Hindi naman lahat kailangan trade-off palagi. Merong magagawang yan. So thank you. Synergy, yes.
I want to go back to this idea of marine spatial planning. Mainly because it's ocean use, diba? What do we have right now in terms of, let's say, deciding ocean use areas for particular, I would think particularly in aquaculture, kunyari. Kasi that one is not that is the venue of actually increasing our food security. But what do we have right now in terms of aquaculture area, farming and planning, and establishing, this is for the development of this is for the development of this?
Well, if you ask me, I don't know anything. I mean, we don't have anything to regulate. Kasi it's the BFAR that should be answering that. Kasi parang yung aquaculture, nanghihingi lang sila ng permit sa LGU. And then the LGU, I don't know if they have this examination of the spatial use and so on. It's a DNR. They have this EIA, Environmental Impact Analysis, but it doesn't have. I was a reviewer for more than 20 years. I have not met any EIA for aquaculture. Cement industry in the coastal area, meron, which is good. So most of the time I reject it. Okay? And then, sabi ko, okay, it's not going to happen in the coastal area, a cement factory. Okay, so I have not encountered any study before an aquaculture is sited in a particular marine space. So in marine spatial planning, as I have said a while ago, you consider both the non-living and living resources, and you consider the vision of the community and the needs of the community. So all the stakeholders meet and decide for the present and the future. But there should be national guidelines for marine spatial planning. And it can consider even the impact beyond the coast, and also the waters on the side of that particular community. So therefore, like for example, in Indonesia, they had several MSPs for several bodies of water in a region, but they have to be harmonized also with the land use plan.
Inputs from that?
Yeah, not necessarily in aquaculture, but just the linkage between ICM and MSP. Kasi ang daming this concept has been, branded, and then people are confused what they are. So it doesn't overlap. Well, there are overlaps, but yun nga, sabi ko, coast, land use, coast, land, coast, and then sea, yung marine spatial planning. Ang concept dito sa Pilipinas hasn't taken off, and we've even been part of many capacity building. Kasama sila Dr. Asansa niyan sa mga capacity building. Hindi pa talaga nag-take off ang MSP. Still in the study stage. I don't know why. Indonesia has adopted it, and Thailand has adopted it. Pero dito hindi ko lang alam kung anong block. Kung baka hindi nga kaya ng ICM wala nga pera for ICM, how much more for MSP? And how many of this, what are these industries we're talking about? No? Batangas can probably do it, and they are doing. They don't call it MSP. They have the Strategic Environmental Management Protection, Management Plan, 2021 to 2045. So depende sa LGUs. Now, if we want to regulate it at the national level, kung may guidelines, I think malaking usapin yun kasi hindi pa nga na-pass yung ICM, may blue economy, tas meron na namang MSP. Dapat pagsama-samahin, pagtuhig-tuhig, ganyan. But having said that, I don't want to be pessimistic all the time. In PEMC, we are developing a training manual that incorporates ICM concept and MSP and ecosystems-based fisheries management. Ililink namin yan kasi ngayon there are a lot of training for ecosystems-based fisheries management, lots of training for ICM, tas meron ding mga MSP. Malilito na yung tao. Yun nga EIA, tsaka strategic, yung ESA, nalilito na yung mga tao. Ito na naman, imamodel na naman natin yung concepts. So we're trying to simplify to coordinate. I mean, the term really is integrative, adaptive, coordinated framework. So hopefully sa legislation then, I think that's the beauty of this readings, di ba, where you try to consolidate the bills. Makita niyo yung beauty ng coordination and working together. Thank you.
Mayet.
Sige, magdagdag lang din ako kung bakit importante yung MSP. Kasi yung offshore wind energy development ay it's taking off now. And from what we heard, President Marcos wants that as part of his legacy, bago siya bumaba sa pwesto, may matayo na at least 2 gigawatts of offshore wind. Ang target po ay Guimaras at San Miguel Bay. But of course, we want this. Kahit kami sa NFR, we want this to, RE project because it reduces the dependence on fossil fuels, it's a clean energy. Pero ang fear is saan matatayo ito? May maaapektuhan ba na natural corals, natural resources? Would it be mawawalan ba ng access sa fishing ground ang ating fishers? Maapektuhan ba ang kanilang navigational routes? Pag ganyan ng mga fears, baka ayawan nila mismo, di ba? So, gusto sana namin talaga makita na to make sure lang na this will the target sites would not affect the resources and the livelihoods of the fishers. Yun po. So, importante po talaga yung marine spatial planning.
I guess part of that spatial planning and diversifying options for industries would be manpower development. Because if the fishers are going to stay as fishers, and this will always be the concern, di ba? What will our navigational routes be affected? How are dun sa area yan? Ma'am, what's the role of academe, I'd say? Or what is your perception of the role of academe and, even just training programs in all of these? Kasi acronyms lang, medyo nahilo na ako eh. After you started talking about EBFM and medyo na ano na ako. But I think a big part of this is manpower development to diversify options for livelihood and di ba? Food security.
Talagang kulang. Anyway, I made a review of marine science institutions and fishery science institutions in the Philippines at napakakonti. Okay? And we should not only increase the number of these institutions, improve their curricular review. There should be a curricular review and enhancement, but also even other institutions that can offer courses that would help harness the blue economy. They can be a great support to the development of our blue economy. Even your biology section and other sections of De La Salle, Ateneo, and all the other HEIs, okay? I remember, for example, when Indonesia was to embark into the enhancement of their seaweed industry, I was being hired to review the curricular offerings of all their HEIs to improve seaweed farming. Ganun sila. Okay, so bakit hindi natin gawin? I think, sinabi ko na sa CHED, we need to discuss this. We need to discuss the review of our curricular offerings para medyo naman, tignan natin, baka naman pwedeng, hindi dadagdagan ng subjects, idadagdag lang sa pag-uusapan, malaking bagay na yon. Like for example, I wish to congratulate openly the Development Academy of the Philippines, no, for having a number of courses on the blue economy. Ano talaga, tumutulong sila. Okay? So, maraming manpower support. Sabi ko, even TESDA should have, teka muna, puro lang mga welding yung mga tinuturo dyan and so on and so forth. Kung ano-ano, no? Pwede ba move on naman, konti namang, konting higher tech naman. Kaya naman ng mga Pilipino yon. Okay? Kaya, I think, sa education, marami pa tayong dapat gawin. Sayang hindi ako nag-iimbita sa EDCOM review ng Congress. Anyway, that's it. Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, Mayet, in your experience in the local and the communities, what do you think about the leeway for education and training and all that stuff? Ano kailangan?
Kailangan po talaga kasi while the communities have that basic knowledge, pero kailangan nila ng spaces to understand what is happening around them so that they can better analyze and come up with recommendations and decisions. Tama si Doc, wag naman puro yung mga vocational technical courses. Kasi halimbawa, even the climate change, they do understand, pero iba yung terms nila. Siyempre, they don't know about the technical terms, pero alam nila, nababaliw na yung panahon. Kasi yung dati, ganitong panahon,
amihan ng abagat, pagpapalit.
Oo, yung mga ganun, naintindihan nila yan. Tapos when we tried to explain about the global warming, so na-relate nila na, naku, di ito palang aming mga motorized bangka ay nakaka-contribute sa greenhouse gas emissions. So mga ganun ba? So kailangan lang talaga natin na ma-enhance at sana may spaces for them to enhance their basic knowledge and skills.
Would you like to contribute?
PEMC, in our own way, we have the PEMC network of learning centers, no? So, unfortunately, this is like in the Philippines, I think we only have CAVSU, Cavite State University, De La Salle, Dasmariñas, De La Salle Lipa, Xavier University, UP Visayas, UP Marine Science Institute, Catanduanes. So mga ano lang, 7 or 8. So it's not gonna be, it can't cover the entire, no? But in our own little way, we have this network of learning centers where we introduce blue economy and then also help them dissect this term so that it's understandable and accessible to local government. So the target is partnering a learning center with local governments to understand. So marami na, like ang sa ICM, it took what? How many years? Mga 20, 25 years, but there are some conversant in their local, ano, no? Yung sabi nga ni Mayat, yung paano yung spaces pag-understand from yung linking, no? Linking sa national strategy, sa global phenomenon and what's happening on the ground. But they're knowledgeable. So yung local governments na yun, may mga practitioners na pwedeng magsalita on blue economy as they understand it from their level. Of course, hindi yung theory. Of course, hindi natatahi lahat. Pero naiintindihan nila yon. So I think, apart from ocean literacy and then capacity development, is really co-designing some of these courses. So, mas relevant sa kanila, no? Oo, yung traditional knowledge, tsaka science, hard science. Kasi after all, in the local level, at the community level, walang silos eh. Isa lang yung Enron magtatrabaho, hawak niya lahat. Oo, yung gano'n, Environment Natural Resource Officer. So yung mga silo, tsaka sectoral approach, sa national lang yun. Tsaka sa global, sa local level, si mayor lang tsaka yung Enron nag-uusap. Yung gano'n. So, we have to capacitate. So, back to the legislative agenda, sana kung may bill kayo, may pera din for capacity development. Singit nyo talaga yung hindi lang mag-create ng office, magbigay ng pera for production, but always add something on training, capacity development, knowledge management, importante po yun. Thank you.
Continuity, and we have a lot of room for that, I guess.
I failed to mention the initiative of the University of the Philippines system. It's being worked on now. I think the President has already declared that we are developing the archipelagic and oceanic virtual university of the UP system. I am co-chairing the committee that will institutionalize it. We're doing the videotapes and other materials already, invited lecturers. Well, meron na kaming 100 lectures. Kasi archipelagic archipelagic and oceanic. So therefore, we hope to have it implemented, give out, get students maybe starting this year or late this year.
I would just like to add a pitch for the elementary to high school level. When I go to these communities and you ask them, how many of you know how to swim? Even in coastal communities, why? They are not encouraged to stay. And even the fishers don't want their children to be fishers anymore. So what is going to happen to our food when that generation goes, just like the farmers? So I think I'm going to put the pitch there for
Go ahead.
other undergrad, elementary and high school as well.
I will also say something. I reviewed. We came up with a K-12 review. I was part of the CHED review for K-12. Matagal na. And we looked into the references. Yung mga references, nakita ko sa science, yung example nila ng ecosystems, foreign, yung mga tundra. Do we have tundra? We don't have. Okay, so sabi namin, mga
Antarctic.
Antarctic. Sabi ko, why don't you change your references and consider local ecosystems? So medyo nabago na. Okay, sabi ko, nabago na yon. Okay. Then sabi ko, wala man lang scientist dito sa mga libro nyo. Kaya akala ng mga bata, ang mga Pilipino, hindi pwedeng magaling na scientist. Okay? So minsan, umuwi yung aking apo. Lola, do you know Angel Alcala? Well, of course. Sabi ko, kilala ko siya. Ando siya sa book namin. Ay, sabi ko, salamat, nakinig ang DepEd. So, andun si Gomez, si Trono, si Alcala, at saka isa pa. Okay? So, sabi ko, salamat naman, nakikinig ang DepEd. So, I think we have to put something into the grade school and high school materials and curricular offerings na i-localize naman nila. Ang dami nating problema, ang dami nating concerns na hindi nako-cover, lalo na yung ating marine endowments na hindi niya play up sa ating elementary students.
Okay.
May dagdag lang din ako, may naalala
May
ako.
natamaan tayong heart.
Oo. I had an experience having a workshop with the youth group. Tapos isa sa tanong namin, sino dito ang gustong maging mangingisda? At okay nang sabihin nila na wala eh. Ang sinagot sa amin, ano naman palagay nyo sa amin, walang ambisyon. So, ang sakit, di ba? Opo, ang sakit. So, parang ang reaction na nga din namin, paano lang pagkain natin? Mawala na ng food producers. Diba? So, yun po. So, kailangan talaga na
Pero sa Japan, ang mayayaman, mga fishermen.
O, di ba?
Kasi they have organized themselves and they earn a lot.
So we do have a lot to discuss. All the houses of the legislature, from energy to food education, food security, education, lahat na lang, kasama na lahat para lang makakain tayo, ano? Para lang ma-develop ang ating economy beyond this. So I think we will take a break for 5 minutes. Sandali pasa ko lang. So, ma'am, meron pala that was a very compelling exchange and we've touched a lot of the science in it. I would like to ask later, anong science ang kailangan ninyo para di ba, science-based dapat tayo, so that you can also direct how we're actually doing our work. But may we then have a health break? For sure, our path towards sustainable food systems policy alone is very important, and it's very multi-stakeholder, very complicated. Collaboration and innovation is needed. So let's give a round of applause to our Miss Universes and to all the audience at the moment. We'll have a 5-minute break, stand-up break, bathroom break, and then we'll come back in a few minutes for the open forum. So you'll be able to ask questions, please. Ayan, the Miss Universes will be at your disposal. Okay, so we'll be back at 2:30. Hala.
Okay, we'll resume at 2:40 p.m. So you may get your snacks here. Okay, for our PM snacks, we have pasta. Okay, aside from those in the grazing table. So the pasta will be served in a while.
to enjoy your. Don't worry about this. We are now in the second part of the afternoon event. We will continue our discussion with perhaps questions from people on the floor. If you have any questions at the moment, please feel free to ask. I had a very quick question in the bathroom from one on the ladies' room from one of the delegates who actually had to go. So I'll just start with that, and then on that note, maybe you can think of your own questions unless somebody's raising your hand. So, ma'am was asking me, what has been the effect of legislation that is about allowing commercial fishers to go within the 15-kilometer zone of commercial fisheries and ano to, and coastal artisanal fisheries? Has that had an effect on the communities on the ground? The reason I bring that up is maybe possibly you have questions that might be related to what you're doing right now, and the need for scientific advice, the need for perceptions on the ground, the need for international discussions and paradigms and comparisons. You have 3 beautiful Miss Universes in front of you that might answer those questions if you have any of those. So, ma'am asked me to maybe ask these questions and hopefully cascade to her comments that might be ensuing from the panel. I hope you understand the question.
If that question is about the recent Supreme Court
Yes, that's about that,
ruling,
yeah.
opo. Sige. Actually, we had been guarding against the delineation of municipal water since the 2000s. Na when daw 17 was revoked on technical grounds. And then ang labi kasi namin, yung reckoning point, meaning where do you start measuring the 15 kilometers? Ang stand namin syempre for those with offshore islands, dun sa offshore island. Pero syempre sa part ng commercial, hindi maganda yon kasi that would mean ang layo nung pwede nilang pangisdaan. Ang stand nila sa mainland. Ang problema naman namin doon, kapag nasa offshore island, pag mainland ka mag-start, tapos yung offshore island mo medyo malayo, so halos wala na siyang municipal waters. Anyway, bakit ako nag-backtrack ng ganon? Kasi, ang naging compromise, yung DENR, naglabas muna ng guidelines on delineating municipal waters for municipalities without offshore island. Kasi wala namang conflict doon. Walang masasagasaan doon. So, when BFAR attempted to conduct already consultations about delineating municipalities with offshore islands. So, nakabantay kami talaga lahat. At makikita mo talaga sa room, sino yung archipelagic principle ang tawag namin. Pero ibig sabihin namin ng archipelagic principle ay yung ang reckoning point dapat sa isla. At yung ang stand ay mainstream na ang reckoning point ay sa mainland. Makita mo talaga may divide. Hindi natapos yung consultation na yon. And then what happened next, we noticed na yung mga provisions on the RA 10654 na hindi sa tingin ng commercial ay hindi nakakatulong sa kanila, dinadaan nila sa Supreme Court. May nauna pa dyan, yung sa vessel monitoring mechanism. Ayaw nila nun kasi nakikita doon kung nasa loob sila ng municipal waters. And for some reasons, laging sa navotas nagpa-file. Kasi laging pabor sa kanila yung decision. So yung pangalawa, ito. So, nahihirapan doon sa delineation, ano? So, ang ginawa, yung Mercedar nag-file ng kaso, gustong ipa-declare na unconstitutional yung definition ng municipal waters, yung limit ng entry ng commercial fishers sa loob ng municipal waters. Hindi kasi ako abogado, so hindi, baka magkamali ako ng pagkwento nung detalye, but just the same, nagkaroon ng decision in favor of the commercial fishers. Inakyat naman, in fairness to be fair, inakyat naman nila to sa Supreme Court, nag-motion sila, and it is still pending. Meanwhile, may mga groups, may mga individuals, there are even 4 fisher folks na supported by NFR that filed a motion to intervene. Ano yung ibig sabihin ng motion to intervene? Gustong sumausaw sa usapan. Kasi, whatever the decision kasi, ang maging final decision, pro or against, ay may epekto dun sa mga mangingisda. Kaya parang ibig sabihin, salin nyo kami dyan kasi may epekto sa amin anuman magiging decision nyo dyan. At pending pa rin yun. Pending pa rin yung, hindi pa dinidinig yun. Actually, marami. From what I know, and I heard from before, ang dami nang nag-file ng petition to intervene. May local government din. At kasi may epekto rin to sa LGUs. Inaalis yung jurisdiction nila over the municipal waters. Meanwhile, dahil nga may ganun ang decision, may mga farm seas, yung mga bantay dagat na, syempre, nanguhuli sila ng mga illegal fishers. And illegal fishing includes intrusion of commercial fishers in municipal waters na nadidismiss na at ginagamit na basis yung rule. Opo. Pero kami, ang stand namin dyan, on appeal pa yan. Kaya status quo dapat. Yun po. So, ayaw namin nun kasi, yun na nga overfish na nga Kahit nga yung even the municipal fishers within the area ay sobra, kumbaga, kailangan ng kontrolin yung huli nila. Tapos, papasok pa si commercial. So, naubos na lalo. So, hindi kami naniniwala na tataas ang production pag pumasok si commercial sa loob ng municipal waters. Kaya mo nga inaalagaan kasi kulang na. Gusto natin ma-rehabilitate muna siya. Ayun. With all due respect.
Anyway, that was an immediate knee-jerk reaction, I guess. And for me, it was like, oh, so this is how legislative staff are, exposed to this kind of issues. Okay. Anybody from the audience?
Good afternoon po. I'm Ruby Manganti from Plenary Support Service. I don't know if it is already part of your legislative agenda with respect to penalty clause, especially in times of calamity. Alam naman natin, fishermen are the most vulnerable society of our society. So, I suggest sana na in times of calamity, those people who will take advantage of that calamity, if they committed an act that will prejudice the fishermen, if possible, that crimes would be classified as crime involving economic sabotage. So that for us to strengthen our support to our small fisher folk. Thank you po.
Do we have similar incidences? Similar.
I am aware that we have environmental courts. Okay, di ba? Kasi one time I was requested to stand as an expert witness to a pollution case in Cebu. One seaweed company was being sued by another company as the one polluting the waters. Okay? So what I did, I was the Dean of the College of Science then, I requested, kasi naghingi ng tulong na rin pati yung gobyerno, I requested the physical oceanographer to model the physical oceanography in the area. And we tried to see where the pollutants are coming. So it's a non-point pollution. Walang masasabing ito talaga ang pinanggalingan. At saka nagmi-mix yung water kaagad. So eventually, we came up with some other data, some other information, which I presented to the court. Kasi may environmental court eh. Kaya dapat yung mga kasong ganyan, environmental court dapat yan eh. Kasi it is the environment which is damaged. Kasi yung recruitment, yung reproductive areas na baka masira ng not only the capacity they have the bigger capacity to catch the fish. So dapat mga environmental courts dapat ang nag-handle niyan. Yung kaso mo rin na sinasabi, mga economic sabotage of environmental resources, pwede sa environmental courts. Meron tayo nun. It is functioning, I hope.
May questions pa tayo? May quiz daw. Siguro, I would have a question on, if I were somebody in your position, if I was a legislative staff to support the creation of laws, no? How easy is it to actually get consensus in the different interest areas, particularly, for example, sa environment? You also have private sector, you have fishers, you have local governments. When you try to craft something that you want done, maybe for you in the legislative staff, baka ako na lang magtatanong para ako may quiz. How do you actually bring together the laws in such a way that you can bring people together and make consensus? So may leadership factor ba yan? How well are the laws? Di kasi ako abogado and I have not had experience doing the laws. Yeah. Because of course we have our own expertises and exposures, but the lawmaking process in itself is something we would like to help with, but how does it go? How does somebody actually go around, for example, figuring out how we can support the development of a blue economy in the Philippines and creating incentive measures, as Dr. Azanza was saying, and creating instruments, policy, and governance structures, which will be made into law? Kayo naman ang Miss Universe. Ano yung pinakamalaking struggle? Ano yung pinaka-difficult na part in those things?
Hello, yes, good afternoon, ma'am. I'm attorney Alu Baldueza, Principe. I'm from the Middle Managers track of the CBILLS. I am the one who's supposed to answer because the Blue Economy Bill is actually pending with our committee. So, actually, for the Blue Economy Bill, we did several consultations. In fact, of course, Dr. Asanza is one of our esteemed experts who was consulted for the bill. So that's the extent of what we did. We consulted with PEMC, with all the relevant stakeholders, both from the public and the private sector. Although I think one of the things that we could improve was something that was mentioned during the last Thursday talks, was to engage with the fishermen on the ground, which was something we didn't have the luxury of time to do. We didn't conduct public hearings with the fishermen, but we did consult with with PEMC and with other academics and researchers for the bill. So, and as to your question on as to how we get a consensus among all the stakeholders, to be honest, it's very difficult for us on the part of the legislature. In fact, I can cite an example. Earlier, there was a question on reclamation, and on one hand, Dr. Azanza was saying that we can actually try to harmonize reclamation with blue economy through marine spatial planning. So we have to plan and take into account all the effects on the environment. Whereas, of course, before, medyo there conservative view that it's really detrimental to the environment. So on our part, it's really a balancing of interests. We really have to consider all the opinions of the stakeholders, and from that, we bring it up to our principals, and it's up to their wisdom to really determine which interests would have to be considered. Would have to take priority, and we try to really balance the interests of all the stakeholders. That's really how we do it.
That's very tough.
Yes, ma'am. We actually have to accept that we can't please everyone, but as much as possible, we try to really consider what's the best for public interest. Again, it's really sustainable development. So we try to balance the development with sustainable means, so that we can spur economic growth while also balancing it with environmental interests.
So, I don't want to grill you. Please feel free to answer anybody. Among the stakeholders, when does it become easy, and when does it become hard to actually come up with a statement or on an agreement on what the bill should look like? Who are the largest or the loudest voices, and who should you be encouraging to participate more in these kinds of discussions? Multi-stakeholder kasi siya, super eh. So it's open to the floor. Please, ma'am, if you can answer, go.
Ma'am, for that, it's of course we're the legislative staff. As much as we can, we assist our principals. But at the end of the day, it's really the call of the
Leadership.
of the members, really, of the legislators, what will go into the final version.
Sir, you're raising your hand.
I think makikita naman natin sa mga the types of bills na ilalabas. It's usually those bills na there's organized support, no? So yung merong talagang nagka-clamor for it and actively working for it. I think it is important for the bills to have a network supporting it, no? Para mailabas siya, no? Kasi parang hahayaan mo siya, I don't think yung mga members of Congress or legislators natin would appreciate the real value of it, no? So I think na bring out na natin ngayon na marami palang pending bills that are related, no? So and perhaps something can be done, no, to harmonize or to relate, to put them together para siya mailabas. And perhaps the people here can help find champions within Congress na to push for it, no. But I'd go beyond the bills, no. I think it's very clear na budget-wise, we're putting so much big appropriations on agriculture. In fact, ang issue ngayon, ang laki-laki ng pinopondo natin sa flood control. na perhaps that funding can also be related to the blue economy. Kasi nandun na yun. No? So I think kasama dapat siguro sa advocacy na we should be investing more in the blue economy. Kasi parang lumalabas na yung priorities natin nandun pa rin, no? Sa land, sa agriculture, in terms of the money, no? Where we are putting it. So yun lang siguro, and I think perhaps siguro ang question ko, mapakibalik ko sa inyo yung considering na may related bills, no, na pending. So there's the department, there's also ICM, and there's now blue economy. Do you see the possibility of these three incorporated in just one bill or in a o magkahiwalay na bill?
So let's answer that question first, ma'am. And then very quickly, and then we have a question over there.
I think they have to be incorporated together because the overarching bill should be the blue economy. ICM is an important part of the development of the blue economy. Even the Department of Fisheries and Oceans should be at tandem siguro kasi hindi naman pwede. But it should be mentioned in the blue economy bill. Kasi talagang hindi ma-accomplish ang ng blue economy, especially for food security, if we don't have a Department of Fisheries and Ocean. Pero yung Department of Fisheries and Ocean, as I have said in the morning, and maybe early in the afternoon, it should be a department that is suited for the needs of the country. Hindi kinopya lang sa Canada o sa Indonesia or whatever, no. But it should be looking at the needs and the future, what we want to be in the future as a country, no. So, yun ang dapat nating tignan doon. Kasi ang ating perspective madalas napakaikli short term at saka long term. Ang short term ko 3 years. Ang midterm ko 5 years or 10. Beyond 10 years, ano pa? Okay, so, of course, we can review what happened. That should be done. Pero I think, they are related and should be reviewed together. Yun ang natin sa legislative. Okay, thank you. Kasi yung mineral resources, energy, and so, kasama sa blue economy. So, medyo tignan din yung other concerns ng blue economy. Thank you.
Ma'am Marian.
I would agree, no, although magmumukhang parang ang laki, pero yun nga kasi yung problema yung ang daming pag pinaghihiwa-hiwalay na ang dami, may tendency talaga na nagkakaroon ng overlapping, ng conflicting na mga provisions, kaya we should look more holistic and more comprehensively para mas mailatag ng maayos po yung mga policies and programs.
Sa akin naman pragmatic ako, no? So at the moment, DENR actually just a week ago has already been considering how to incorporate the ICM bill and Blue Economy bill. Now, you've probably heard that there is an Ocean Environment Task Force to create a bureau, an ocean bureau within Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Now, the eventual goal for that is to have a national ocean policy and presumably an institution that will be also manning that. Now, yung fisheries code, matagal na yon, no? So, unahin muna natin yung nandyan na. Total, for example, yung blue economy and ICM will need capacity. Will need someone to do that. So they have to be capacitated, they have to be budgeted. Now, this idea of a bureau, probably pwede singit, pero pinag-aaralan pa eh. So, ang tagal pa nun, ma'am. Kaya, baka phase approach, but if we wait for a super mega bill, baka ang ICM talaga wala na. And I agree with Dr. Azanza na ICM is a foundational requirement towards transitioning or transforming to blue economy. Unahin mo natin yun bago mo na yung ibang institutional structures kasi magkakagulo tayo. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So you have had answers there. There is a question over there. Let's hear from it.
Hi, hello po. Ako po si Ellie. Channel ko daw po si Ma'am Odette Mendoza ng HREP. Yung unang question ko po, related po doon sa minention nila, sir, tsaka yung being pragmatic nga. Hindi po ako talaga familiar sa blue economy. Iba yung sector ko, hindi siya sa Envy. So, ang question ko is, what's in it po ba for the big fishing companies or big sector companies? Why they're not supportive of yung ating mga bills for a department or for the ICM? Parang, bakit walang mga lobbyists that will propel yung policy to move forward faster? Or ano po ba yung reasons for them to hesitate na magkaroon tayo ng ganong policies? Hindi ko po talaga alam. So it's probably a stupid or curious question lang. And then yung second, yung tungkol dun sa na-mention kanina ng mga pharmacies, hindi ko naintindihan yung structure niya, ma'am. Akala ko noong unang research ko if it's a local special body or not. Pero it's a private sector partner pala ng LGU. And so, paano ba yon siya na, ano bang expected sa kanya out of its mandate and how will it be able to influence talaga yung actual na work operationally ng local governments natin? Yun lang po.
Sige. Yung unang question, yung tungkol sa big commercial fishers, tama? Well, I would assume, hindi natin alam sila makakasagot talaga nito. But I would assume na, syempre, ang ultimate interest is maximize profit at minimal cost. Kaya yung gusto nila na to fish near shore, actually si Doc Nigel, tinatanong ko na rin po, totoo ba na maraming isda sa 10 to 15 kilometers? Di ba overfish na nga? Ayun, yun nga po. Pag inubos mo na yon, breeding ground yan. So, talagang collapse na talaga yun ng fisheries yun. Tapos yung pangalawa, yung sa pharmacies, ano po yun? Mandated ng Fisheries Code. Tama naman na para siyang local special bodies. Pero merong municipal level. Ang integrated level ay yung for common fishing grounds like bays and gulfs. Gulfs nga ba? Basta sure ako doon sa bay. So kung may 3 municipality doon sa isang bay, the 3 municipalities can have an integrated farm sea. Tapos may national level na farm sea na may representatives from the municipal fishing sector, commercial fishing sector, aqua sector, may CSO rin. Actually, ako po yung current na CSO representative. Yung ginagawa, nagre-recommend ng mga policies related to the management of the fisheries. Tapos, meron din yung mga committees, tapos na gumagawa ng mga Nabantay Dagat is part of it. Yung mga ganon sa madali ang sagot.
Okay, let me clarify the blue economy. It is a development agenda. So the Blue Economy Act bill is a national framework to develop that blue economy agenda. Okay? So, yung mga pinag-uusapan natin, maritime lanes, marine spatial planning, integrated coastal zone management. Kasama yun dun sa overall blue economy framework. Kasama yun yung mining na sustainable, parang framework para sa ating mabuting development using our potential sustainably. Okay? Just like we have the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework. It is an agenda. It doesn't mean na it is an overall framework para hindi hiwa-hiwalay, kundi magkaka-harmonize sila. Okay? So, yung ICM, that can be approved and become part of the Blue Economy Bill or Act. The marine spatial planning, that can be approved. You can have a special law on that. That will be part of the Blue Economy agenda. Yun, importante meron tayong framework. Ito ang gusto nating gawin para ma-develop ang ating Blue Economy. Kaya nga inapprove yan sa lower house. Congressman Benitez had a very even lengthy discussion of the blue economy in relation to our cultural and maritime heritage and as a people. Okay? Yung yun ang ano niyan. Okay? Sige.
I think part of the reason, I don't think they're resisting because they know what they're resisting. Part of the reason is still the lack of appreciation and grasp of the full concept kasi conceptual framework nga siya eh. Oo, yun yung difference. Ano ba tong blue economy? Medyo nebulous pa. Oo.
Are you referring to the blue economy or any act to the blue economy? Anything. Okay. Kasi bawat grupo may mga hidden agenda yan. Kung ano halimbawa yung isang company ang ano niya na maapektuhan, siyempre kontra siya. Okay? Yung iba naman na magiging progressive yung kanyang company, very supportive yan. Okay, ganito yan. There is that so-called stakeholders mapping. You map. You know your stakeholders. You should know their intention, their strength, and whatever. And so therefore, you should know how they will go about the bill, for example. Alam mo ang kanilang titirahin, ano ang kanilang susuportahan. You map your stakeholders. Ito mga HEIs, no? Are they going to be supportive of this particular bill, this particular group of companies? Would they be supportive or not supportive? And you can have actually a graphical representation of how they will respond.
Thank you, ma'am. So I guess what we can take away from that is we need a vision that everybody will embrace, regardless of which sector you're actually in and which do you support. And that vision is to actually get more out of the ocean economy compared to what we are actually gaining now. And many of these bills might help support that to create an investment environment, to create a policy framework, to create government's mechanisms, institutional. So kailangan capacity building. Siguro messaging ng vision ng kailangan natin. No? Next, last question before we close this afternoon's session.
Hello. Just a rejoinder. In the Envision Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, we also incorporated about the blue economy. In fact, if you may allow, I'll quote, the department shall have the responsibility of rationalizing all blue economy activities or initiatives which impact fisheries and aquatic resources, including processing marine resource utilization and development, such as biotechnology, bioprospecting, seaweed farming, or harvesting, protection of marine ecosystems, such as coral reefs, etc., etc. So the blue economy aspect is also included in the deliberation of the DFAR bills. And I think the issue raised a while ago about consensus, I think we in the Committee on Government Reorganization, we go by what is the legislative intent of the bills. So from there, so we invited all stakeholders that may be affected once this bill becomes a law. So lahat yun kay PRO, right, left, middle, lahat po sila. I mean, lahat po. And then, we let them submit official, position on the matter for the consideration of the committee. Aside from, we conduct committee meetings, public hearings, and all these consultative ways to get their position on the matter. So, it's not just... although there are also lobbyists, I would admit, because there is one bill that there is a very aggressive sector that really proposes, some provisions on the bill. But what we did is we throw it to the committee for the consideration of the body of the committee. It's not just that we will be, succumb to the pressure, but then they should be laid down on the table. So ganun po kami. May consultation talaga. And then, if there are matters that should not be open to the committee, then I let them talk to the chair. So sila na mag-usap. And then, but then again, after that, so kung may i-consider, we'll come up with an amended or substitute bill, then we will let it go through the review of the committee. So, mahabang proseso po yun, aside from the, for, second reading, interpellation, and all sa plenary. So, sa committee level pa lang po, na a-address naman yung ibang mga concerns. So, I think... we have a, open, democratic, consultation and discussion of all the measures. I mean, I'm speaking for our committee. So, wala po kaming kinikilingan or what. Basta, kung medyo may mga lobbyists, then we throw it to the body. Pag medyo sobra na po, we,
Tone down.
tone down. Paper, Pag masyado ng obvious yung vested interest, talagang inaano naman namin. So, gano'n po yung consultation namin sa committee. And for the DFAR bills, talagang kinonsider po namin ang blue economy. In fact, one of the authors na very aggressive on this issue is Kong Joey Salceda. Talagang ini-insist niya po yon. So, yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So, we have heard all of the different bills. We've seen this one that actually involves the creation of warm bodies that will push this and put funds into creating a leadership also that can move this forward. So, that was a wrap-up of the discussions we have this afternoon. One comment lang is, I really appreciate the idea that this has to be top-down, but also locally and nationally different from what is out there. My take on that 15-kilometer, if you were in Giwan on the side of the east, paglampas mo ng mga 7, bagsak ka na. Pacific na yan. So that distance might, pasok ka na ng Fisher na commercial kasi hindi naman abot na ng Fisher folk eh. Pero pag pumunta sa kabila, like Bolinao, ang layo-layo na nakita mo, mababaw pa rin yan eh. So, it has to be locally adopted. And there is no one-size-fits-all in all these kinds of legislations. And for the discussion on which bill to bring together and create bigger, I leave that up to the panel at the moment. So before we end, I would ask our Miss Universes for their final comments on this discussion, knowing the unique nature of the audience we have today. these people are the innovation leaders in the legislative staff. So,
Nandito na sa akin. Oh. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me, DAP, and thank you for the other panelists and also for patiently listening to us. Ang message ko lang po ay I hope you become champions for the coast, for the Philippine coast and environment and ocean sa legislation because we need allies. We need allies and we need the passage of some of these bills kasi napapag-iwanan na po tayo, especially in coast and ocean, you know. Fisheries is our employment of last resort. Tapos yung ating ecotourism, we're losing out to Thailand. You know, ocean literacy natin medyo mababa. So if you could become our ocean champion in Congress, we would be happy. And any support or assistance you need from us, please don't hesitate. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me here. Marami po akong natutunan and I hope na-send ko yung message ng importance ng malaman yung ano yung pagtingin ng people on the ground, it's especially the local communities, the local fishers. And I'm happy to know din na yung mga bills na ang tingin namin ay makakatulong, hindi lang sa ating environment, kundi sa ating mga local communities ay nandyan. And tsaka sabi rin namin talaga ang sa legislative sector, hindi naman yung mismong legislators talaga ang ang player. Kayo actually. Kaya so we hope that you be the champions of these important mga bills na kailangan na talaga at napapanahon ng maipasa. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you. I always stand for foresighting, looking ahead, and I don't stand for plans that would last only for 3 years or 5 years. I want to look ahead, and so therefore I want to have, my desire is to have the Filipinos look ahead in terms of the potentials of our marine environment. Because this is the territory that we have not yet fully explored sustainably. And the legislative body represented here would really have a good hand, a strong hand in making this possible. Kasi yung mga long-term plans and long-term agenda, sa legislative nang gagaling yon. Okay? So therefore, harnessing the blue economy as a development agenda should be fully supported. It has been supported by the lower house. The upper house should follow suit. I think Senator Legarda is in full support. No? Nakita ko sa top 10 niya ata na bills for this 20th Congress. And then also I'd like to thank the department and congratulate the Development Academy of the Philippines for having not only courses but fora to have something like this, a discussion on the potentials of the Philippine blue economy. So maraming salamat.
So thank you, Dr. Azanza, Ma'am Rodriguez, Ma'am Gonzalez, for such ending in very good note. Clearly, the blue economy is not just a policy ambition. It is something that we have to actually work together towards in collaboration and in the development of the future of the Philippines, because not doing that is not an option. Because we have no development plan other than coming up with greater contributions of the blue economy to our GDP. Otherwise, we will lose out. So I will turn over, thank you again, Development Academy in the Philippines. I'll turn over to Ninya.
expertise you brought to our discussions today. Let us give our moderator and our speakers another round of applause. Okay. Now, before we wrap up today, we'd love to hear from you. And I know you're all familiar with this, as with every Thursday Talks, we usually get your key takeaways from today's lecture. Let us use Mentimeter for this activity, and our question is this: what's the catch of the day from today's discussion? You can share your answer by scanning the QR code that you can see on screen and on the printed program on your table. So let's take a moment to reflect and share your key takeaways. So let's see if there are responses. Okay. We will read the first few responses from our mentee. So as I think we're having technical difficulties, so while waiting for the cue from our team, so let me again remind everyone that if you want to rewatch the lectures of the Thursday Talks, these are all available on the DAP official Facebook page and the DAP YouTube channel. So I think it's now ready. Okay. So we have 3 responses already. So let me read some of this. The first one of you said that today's catch of the day highlighted the crucial role of our oceans in ensuring sustainable livelihoods and national food security. It emphasized the need for responsible marine resource management and inclusive policies. The second catch goes like this. It emphasized the ongoing development and implementing rules and regulations, or IRR, related to sustainability, the blue economy and food security, and the urgent need to file the Blue Economy Bill. And last, we have the keyword blue economy. So that's the catches of today from the live audience. And now, to give her summary of today's discussion, I call on stage our moderator, once again, Dr. Lagman.
It has been a very long day, I am pretty sure, and it has hopefully been a time of reflecting and learning for many of us. First, we had the morning with Dr. Azanza, and she told us about the basis of the blue economy, what it is, where it's going, and how much our country actually depends on its marine resources for development, for livelihood, and particularly for its food security. She showed us how complicated the issue really is, and how many sectors all working together are required to aim for what we actually want to see, which is a Philippines that is largely still the archipelagic country that it really is. I think we have forgotten for the longest time who we are in this whole system in the region. Thank you, Dr. Azanza, for bringing to life the biology, the ecology, the complicatedness of the policy, and all the other things that are related to really pushing for a blue economy bill that will benefit the Filipino as well as ensure food security. The other thing that we came up with at the afternoon after that was a discussion from the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. And what we've seen there is how much responsibility this agency in the government is holding, starting from production. At the same time, it also goes into legislation and also to regulation, particularly in the area of environment and in areas at the same time, particular species. So they worry about the production of bangus fingerlings. At the same time, they worry about whole bays and bay areas. That to me was really an eye-opener for all of us as well. And then we had discussions from large-scale international groups such as PEMC, which showed us their experience in the environment protection area and the joining of the Philippines with other countries with respect to projects that relate to the protection of our marine environment. We've seen from what they discussed how efforts in the past have actually been successful, but they are still not enough to be able to ensure that our environments will be well protected well into the future. What we need is sustainable, scalable efforts, particularly with our country at the forefront of pushing all of these at the local level. And then we heard from Mamayet, and she told us about the experience on the ground, this time of our fisher folk, and how many of the structures have actually induced their participation, has included them in part of the discussion in pharmacies and FMAs, and how they are actually also making sure that their voices are heard in this arena. So I guess for the whole of the day, we've seen a very big part of how the oceans economy is being run in the country. At the same time, the highlight, it would be all these different bills, starting from the creation of Department of the Fisheries, the ICM bill, also the creating of the Blue Economy bill. There would be many more related to this. I would imagine in the environment, the energy, the tourism, development areas, even from the area of getting information. All of these, it seems, are anchored on coming up with an architecture, or I'd say an environment that will foster investment, that will foster participation, and basically ensuring a continuous funding stream for the development of the blue economy. I would like to end by saying our country only gives 3% of its GDP from the ocean economy. And that is something that is very sad, because we are endowed with a lot of these resources, and we just need to get our act together to make sure that the development agenda will not only be focused on coming up with solutions to the issues that are related to the poor in the land, but also the poor in the sea. So thank you very much, everybody, for being part of this discussion. To those in the online systems as well, Facebook pages, thank you for having lasted and sat with us at this time. Thank you to our Miss Universes for having been with us today.
So thank you again, Dr. Lagman, for an excellent synthesis of today's lecture. Indeed, today has been rewarding learning experience for all. Thanks to our speakers and panel discussants, and of course, to our scholars. The insights and perspectives of our resource persons help us see the blue economy not just as buzzword, but as a real avenue for building food-secure, resilient Filipino communities. We are also grateful again that you all listened until this afternoon's session. And with that, on behalf of the Development Academy of the Philippines, would like to present our tokens of appreciation for our moderator and resource persons. With that, I'd like to call our DAP officers, our Center for Governance Vice President, Ms. Imelda Caluen, together with our Director from Policy Research Office of the Center for Governance, Mr. Gilbert Lumantao, to give our tokens to our speakers. Again, we'd like to call the following: Dr. Rodora Azanza, Ms. Amy Gonzalez, Ms. Mayet Rodriguez, and of course, Dr. Maria Carmen Lagman. So again, let's give them a round of applause. Okay. And let's pose for a photo opportunity. Ayan. Thank you. Sige po. Pwede na pong bumunta. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you po. Sige, ma'am. Sige, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Apo. Closing po ni sir. And now, to deliver our closing remarks, I would like to call again on stage our director, Mr. Gilbert Lumantao.
Okay, my greetings to all our scholars, partners, and esteemed guests. No? So it is my privilege to stand before you today to officially conclude our what has been a rich and thought-provoking and inspiring lecture series. So this is our last of the series. The Thursday Talks has always been a key feature of the CBILLS journey, often launched concurrently with the beginning of each program cycle. So last April 4, we officially opened the 2025 CBILLS program at the House of Representatives, where we welcomed our scholars and introduced this year's theme on building a secure nation, institutional resilience, and inclusive and sustainable growth. We also launched our lecture series on that day, and we have had the succeeding sessions in between or simultaneously with our legislative training courses. There is a deeper intent and purpose to that design. It symbolizes that the journey of our civil scholars begins with the informed dialogue, and that the transformative leadership starts in understanding the world we aim to serve. So this year's theme explores the vital intersection between governance and resilience, particularly in the face of uncertainties brought about by today's fast-evolving socio-economic and geopolitical landscape. So we can no longer afford to remain insulated or reactive. We are called to be forward-looking and engaged. Consequently, we consistently underscore the value of transformative policy frameworks and evidence-based decision-making and adaptive leadership as foundational to resilient institutions. So our first lecture on navigating global shifts, strategic directions for Philippine foreign relations brought us face-to-face with the forces shaping national and global affairs. We explored how geopolitical, socio-economic ruptures, and complex security challenges demand a more strategic, resilient, and adaptive Philippine policy. Our second lecture turned our gaze seaward. So this is the time that we looked at the seas, securing the seas, safeguarding strategic interests in the Philippine maritime domain. Underscored now how maritime issues are not just matters of defense, but also of national development, regional cooperation, and long-term strategy. Today's lecture, Sailing Ahead, Harnessing the Blue Economy for Food Security, dove deeper into the massive but challenged potential of the blue economy in reinforcing a food secure and climate resilient Philippines. As we conclude our lecture series today, we are now invited to reflect. Where do we, as public servants and leaders, situate ourselves in this narrative? And more specifically, where do you, our scholars, lead from here? The answer is clear. We must strive to be at the very center, not on the sidelines. So whether through policy development, research, or support for institutional reforms, your work drives outcomes. And this responsibility calls for more than knowledge. It demands foresight, collaboration, courage to lead amidst complexity. Here at the DAP, we recognize this. Thus, the CBILLS program, including the Thursday Talks lecture series that we have every year, strives to cultivate the leadership that is strategic, responsive to the country's evolving needs. And I believe our efforts will not be in vain, as we have witnessed your enthusiasm to learn and participate over the past few months. That said, I wish to express our heartfelt gratitude to all of you, our scholars, who have been with us since the first installment of this lecture series. We extend our appreciation to all the resource persons and to our moderators for generously sharing their time and insights and expertise throughout the series. We thank also our partners in the Senate as well as in the House of Representatives for their continued support and trust to the program. With gratitude and pride, we officially close this year's Thursday Talks lecture series, and we thank all of you, and we look forward to seeing you in the next chapters of the CBILLS. So, mabuhay tayong lahat.
Thank you, Director Lumantao, for wrapping up this year's lecture series. And just like that, we end the third lecture, which is our 39th lecture since we started the CBILLS program in 2018. It has been truly a remarkable year, and a big thank you to our distinguished guests, our ever-engaged CBILLS scholars, and everyone who joined us via Facebook and YouTube Live. We truly appreciate you spending time today with us. We are also grateful to our colleagues at the Development Academy of the Philippines for behind-the-scenes support that keeps things running. So thank you. And that concludes today's lecture. May this remind us that sailing towards a secure Philippines will take more than just good intentions. It calls for bold ideas, collaboration, and the courage to explore uncharted waters. We hope today and the last two lectures gave you a compass to just do that. This is Nina Raffer, your host, signing off for now and saying thank you once again and seize the day. Goodbye.